only on 13. It may be one of Houston's most horrifying murders caught on camera.
And it happened in full view of neighbors in a subdivision near the Gulf Freeway in the Pecan Park neighborhood. ABC 13's Brooke Taylor is joining us now here in the studio.
Yeah, and Brooke, this really shocked a lot of us here in the newsroom.
It did, and sources close to this case tell me that this is some of the most horrifying footage they have seen in their careers. Police haven't said if the victim knew the killer, but they're hoping that a neighbor's video leads to a quick conviction and justice for his family. Only on 13, deeply disturbing and shocking video of a murder in broad daylight. On May 3rd, the victim, Stephen Anderson, is walking on Woodridge Square Drive to pick up his mail, sources tell us. He turns around at the sound of a screeching car speeding right into him. We're pausing the video right before he gets hit.
Jesus.
Car reverses and hits him again, pushing him further into the street. Neighbors are on the phone, frantically calling 911.
Other people to help me turn him over. They want us to turn him over.
Another neighbor comes out with a pillow. And that's when the suspect, Karen Fisher, identified in court records as a man, but also described as she by police, returns with a knife in hand. The suspect yanks and flips Anderson over, straddles him, and kisses him. We're not showing what happens next because it's too graphic, but that's when police say Fisher stabs him 9 times. She casually walks off as if nothing happened and neighbors just watch. She then tries getting into another car while talking to witnesses. When that's unsuccessful, she leaps over the body and walks away.
It's very disturbing, yeah, because, you know, I have kids here.
That is a fucking whack job. What's going on, everybody? Slightly crazy vegan announced she's 20 weeks pregnant. Did you see her IG story? No, I did not.
So, our kids could have been out here playing, and imagine that.
20-year-old Karen Fisher is in jail tonight, charged with murdering the 64-year-old. Her bond is set at $2 million.
Broad daylight, it was a busy intersection. It happened right under our noses, you know.
That is pretty bizarre.
Huge manhunt is underway tonight for an escaped prisoner and his accomplices after 2 French prison officers were killed and 3 others injured when a heavily armed gang ambushed their prison van. The brazen attack took place this morning in Incaville, near the city of Rouen in Normandy. Inside the van was Mohamed Amra, known as the Fly, who was being driven through a toll booth on the way to prison when the van was attacked. Our Europe correspondent, Nick Beak, reports.
An unremarkable toll booth in northern France, and the scene of a swift and brutal ambush. CCTV footage shows the moment a dark car veers into a white prison van, and at least 2 masked attackers start shooting. Terrified passengers on a passing bus throw themselves to the ground as the bullets ring out. One assailant is seen strolling calmly among the other vehicles on the motorway. Then here, you can make out the prisoner himself wearing white trainers as he emerges from the prison van. The gang sets fire to their own vehicle, the smoke only adding to the chaos. Some of them run towards another car, a white one, to begin their escape. The aftermath, carnage. 2 prison officers dead, others gravely injured, as their police colleagues begin a painstaking search for evidence in an attack that's been described as an
Gun control fails once again.
assault on France itself.
And they will be punished commensurate to the crime that they have committed.
A violent attack on...
I think also...
All right. Start with some big Lenny.
You've done some incorrect behavioral
So I'm out?
things. You may be.
I'm out?
I'm going to walk in the
I'm out?
I'm coming here to talk to you as a good friend.
I want to know if I'm out.
You're not out.
You're the best. You're the best. Thank you for the input. I'll take it to
Well,
heart.
I'm there for you, Jason, but you know what? You need to use control.
I'm not a house.
Well, you don't swear you. What you say? That he deserves to, and he doesn't.
Why in the fuck would you? Even if he does, why would you say that?
It's not right.
You don't. You know as soon as soon as you download something, they're gonna fucking copy it right away. Even if you fucking delete it, it's already out.
Yeah, I know.
How many times?
No.
Do you want a shirt to cover up this fucking your guy?
Yeah, you can do that.
Boys, and they love you, and they want you to be in the movie.
Oh, thank you. Hey, what's up, brother?
He had to take a break when he came up.
Lenny, what's up, buddy?
Good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. My pleasure to meet you, Lenny.
Latecomer.
Getting ready for the
I'm
Ruby?
Sandy Calora. Very nice to meet you, Lenny.
No relation to Andrew, by the way. Yeah, we already covered that.
Yeah, it's similar. He's Calora. I'm Calora.
No,
You are perpetually posed the whole little water. Thanks.
Why do you have your shirt on?
Anybody else? We're always pretty much unique. We're not cookie cutters, you know, not in the cookie cutter mold. You see a bodybuilder, tons, you know, it's all the same.
All
Yeah.
the same cookie cutter looks.
Way back when they show them with their sports car coming in, you know, in the gym. Come look at their shoes. I'm not mentioning any names, Jay Cutler. Come look how many shoes I have. At my age, I think I'm 18 forever. That's what
Total sense. But in regards to, certain body parts and things like that, I mean, is it? I mean, is it a legitimate concern to you, or is it just something that?
No, actually, I think I'm one of the most healthiest human beings that ever lived. You know, I rarely get the flu. I rarely get a cold.
You don't get sick.
How many times has he been in the hospital now?
I work at a hospital. You know, everybody's coming down with stuff. There's germs galore in this place. And I get out in the sun. I drink. I don't want to give away all my secrets out here, but I'm always in the sun. You basically do what the doctors tell you don't to do, and you're going to be healthy. Pretty much. They told me I needed to take this, that, the other, blood pressure, cholesterol.
Weren't you told like 12 or 20 years ago you needed a liver transplant?
Yes, and I'm the doctors.
That's 2000.
Whoa, that explains the stomach. He definitely has ascites from liver damage. Holy fuck. He actually has a fucked liver.
I need to be on a list.
They made his mother cry, so
Doctor-
he wouldn't fucking go back.
Dr. Natovitz, yeah.
Weird how experts in international law, renowned historians and the like, have all been saying the same things for 7 months, and now it's come to potential warrants for genuine war criminals. Weird part being peeps like you thinking you know more than them LOL.
Oh, the ICC warrants are probably bullshit. I'm gonna take a look at them, but it sounds like it's retarded bullshit. And it's just, you know, this is all brought about by irrational bias against Israel. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest.
Couldn't diagnose a hernia. Told me I had diverticulitis. I had they pushed down on it when I mean, couldn't diagnose that, and then told me I needed, because they took a blood test and my liver enzymes were high. And he said I needed to be put on a transplant list. And that was in 2002. And with anything else, I laughed it off. And here I am, Natovitz. And I think he's still got an office up the street there.
Who's Natovitz?
You quack.
The doctor who told him he needed a liver transplant.
Yeah, you want some publicity?
A lifer transplant.
Yeah, I'm on the list. No, literally.
Okay. What do you think you can give people in this documentary that John and I are going to make?
What I want to give them, I've wanted to give them for years, and I thank you for giving me an opportunity. I want to tell anybody, regardless of race, color, sex, what you are, stop following what other people do and think over what you really want to do in life. You know, when you get a tattoo, why are you getting it? Because you saw somebody else get it. You know, I had an earring once when I was a teenager. Came home for dinner. We sat down as a
Why
family.
do you shave your head?
My
Somebody
father
else
said,
shaves their head.
"You take that earring off, I'm going to rip it out of your ear." That was the end of that. And I thought about it, you know, he was right.
Because you wanted it just because you saw somebody else out.
Exactly. Well, everybody does it. You know, you need to have a retirement plan, this, that, and the other. We're here on Earth for a very brief period of time, and we don't know. I could drop dead walking right across to the table here. All of us could. It's theoretically possible. Do what you want. Have a goal or goals, and carry them out at all costs. You know, you don't have to step on anybody or, you know, just don't let anybody tell you you can't do it. And think of things when people tell you things, especially even your parents, your teachers, the clergy, psychologists, the doctors. Think about what they're telling you, and other people too.
And make up your own fucking mind.
Right, and control your emotions. You know, that's why it's regardless of race. It's somebody that acts on their emotion. When they're hungry, they want to go and feed. What do they call that? They think with the limbic part of their brain like a
Did he just say porch monkey?
lizard. Let's go eat some junk food. Let's have sex. I want to get high. I want to lay down. I want to drink a sugary drink.
Look at Sandy's face. You
I
gotta
want to
feel
listen to
this.
some cookie cutter music.
I like what they want to do. So call me a fucking.
Well, you're thinking with your limbic part of your brain. And you need to overcome that. We all have our faults, and I admit them. I wear a shirt that said porn addict. You know, I got caught looking at porno on my mother's computer. She saw it 2 or 3 times.
Bestiality or
So there was all kind of things on there.
What do they call the ones that with corpses? They fuck necrophiliac. Like Sam Kinison.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I want anybody of any age.
Preach.
If I could give it to them, and then you'll know the meaning of true. I don't like to use the word happiness, but fulfilling your destiny on earth. You're put here for a reason. Yeah. Some people think they were put here by accident. Some people probably were. You know, you have 2 people acting on a limbic impulse, and
What a bunch of fucking weirdos, dude. Alright, well, Shawn Baker debated Rafaela earlier today, and after the debate, he made a pissy video about it. So let's see what he has to say about this first.
All right, earlier today, a few hours ago, I had I guess you would call it a debate with someone who self-proclaims himself as a bit of a militant vegan. I'm not sure it was much of a debate. It was mostly me listening to this person scream and yell and use profanity and so on and so forth to try and, I guess, get their point off, claiming that, you know, animals and humans are basically equivalent and therefore they should be afforded the same rights, privileges, and considerations that human beings are. And I simply said, I think animals and humans are different, and that was not an acceptable answer to this person. The sort of the debate.
Okay, so he didn't understand Name the Tray. Big fucking surprise.
Ended up with the conclusion that because I understand that animals die to provide food and that I voluntarily continue to still eat that I should somehow be locked up and imprisoned. And so that was the conclusion.
Yeah, so that is clearly a massive fucking straw man of her position.
At least by this person's.
Dude, what a fucking whiny baby. Like, he lost the debate, was too stupid to come up with an argument, and then he just whines like a little baby. She thinks I should be in jail. She's stupid. Oh my god.
View, and I just wonder what goes to their mind when they think, is this the most persuasive argument, just kind of yelling and screaming and swearing and demanding that people be locked up? Does that argument make their position more persuasive or less so? And I think
okay, so this is just a meta argument. Rather than actually attacking their argument, they're complaining about how it's presented. Just absolute tard tactic.
It makes them less so. I mean, I think any sort of rational person would look at that person's argument and say, obviously you're passionate, but you come across as quite unhinged, and that was my initial impression. Maybe if I watch it back, I would have another view. This video will be out on our other, Dr. Shawn Baker YouTube channel in probably a week or so, I would imagine, something like that. So it's interesting. The same sort of echoes that I saw from the last vegan debate I had done with one of these activists was that, wild animals should not be allowed to kill other wild animals. This sort of, this ridiculous hypothetical scenarios. What if I was an alien human-looking alien with alien DNA? Would you eat me? And
here we go, the hypothetical denying, like, oh my god. Shawn is such a genuinely dumb guy. I don't think people realize just how dumb this dude is. I know he's a doctor, but, like, it's surprising to see somebody who's a doctor who's just so stupid. Like, and I don't just mean stupid in, like, lacking book smarts or street smarts type of way. Like, I mean, he is very simple-minded. Like, the things that are going through his mind is just like, meat good, me like taste of meat. How is animal killing bad when meat tastes good? Like, that's how his fucking mind works.
It's just, completely nonsensical. But it is what it is. It's entertaining. I would say watch it for the entertainment value. I don't think you'll learn much from it, quite honestly. I tried to advance the conversation on a number of topics. However, this person only wanted to sort of engage in this, you're making contradictions because you agree that.
So he contradicted himself, and then he just wanted to change the topic because he knew he was looking stupid, and then she wouldn't let him. Fucking good job.
Animals are different, and yet, how our differences in humans should not leave them vulnerable to being eaten. Basically my position was, I don't think eating humans is correct, and I think that eating animals is indeed acceptable for a number of reasons. So anyway, I thought I'd just give you my initial reaction. Let me know what you guys think. Should I do any more vegan debates? Is it productive? Is it, I sometimes do them just for the pure entertainment value, because I honestly think this type of vegan activism is actually counterproductive for any goals that they wish to achieve. And I think the screechy, preachy vegan doesn't sell very well.
Okay.
Hi, welcome. Today we have an interesting guest. This is Rafaela.
How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
I'm feeling just fine. I'm fucking tired because I streamed for 9 hours last night, and then for another hour or two, I was helping Rafaela prepare for the debate with Shawn. So I'm still fucking tired from that, but otherwise I'm feeling good. And there is a new Frank vid. I guess we can watch this before we watch the Shawn Baker debate. Thanks for that donation, Sam.
How are you guys
James.
this week? It appears that I am not in a palace in Moscow, but I did
Oh yes, the obligatory I'm not gay.
have some of our delicious beef and barley stew. So it was basically like I was in the forest with a Siberian village girl, home cooking it. Basically the same thing, right? So we got a decent amount of new stuff going on this week. A few exciting things to talk about coming up. We'll see if I remember them all. Main conversation for you guys is, do we want to switch the dairy to glass? And I'll get more into that later. Most of it will be switched to glass at basically no additional cost, very little if anything. But the milk and stuff is what we'll talk about later after we take a look around. It's been a pretty eventful week. Some of you guys know the government gives grants for stuff, and I've never gotten any despite spending over $10,000 on grant writing companies. But the guy that was supposed to write the grant for me this year, he bailed on me like 3 days before the grant was due. So I had to write it all up myself and figure that out. So thankfully we got it submitted. I was able to figure everything out and do it. So that was a little stressful last week. And we had Department of Ag come in and inspect. You guys know, like, Mr. Scammer Miller nonsense. Well, he didn't want Department of Ag to do an inspection, so he denied him, and then they had to get a warrant and inspect his farm. So we passed our Department of Ag inspection with flying colors. No Fox News main page with a $300,000 GoFundMe for Frankie Boy, huh? Right? I guess that's what happened when
That's actually genuinely surprising that Frank would pass an inspection knowing how retarded he is.
That's what happens when you do things the legitimate way. All right, so first we're going to show you guys what's in the fridge, because that's important, you know, like perishable stuff that just came in. What's really big is we did get all the chicken back in stock. That's in the freezer. We can actually sell the chicken fresh every week, which I might start doing, actually. I don't know. Depends if you guys want it. So we got a lot going on. Our usual farm fresh A2 raw dairy has all come in nice and fresh. And this is just some sauerkraut and stuff. We did restock some butter. Ran out of butter for the first time in very, very long, so.
The Vladi clones await.
Yeah, if only they could choke him to death. Thanks for the donation, James.
We do have butter back in stock if you guys are looking for it. This is the water kefir. I'm going to show you guys the new labels. We do have a new flavor, cherry, coming out with new flavors every week. Plenty of ghee, plenty of raw cheeses. But this is the exciting stuff. So we got a ton of farm fresh beef, and a lot of this is going to have to go in the freezer. Especially this is like 700 pounds of local ground beef. And guys, the price we're charging for this fresh local ground beef, $8 a pound, $8.50 a pound before the discount on the website, it's criminal. It's criminally cheap. It's so cheap. Highest quality. The meat's not dry aged, it's not hung at all, low histamine, best stuff. And with that, we have our steaks available, bone-in porterhouse and bone-in ribeye. And I don't even want to mention it because there's only 2 available, but there are some brains in here. Some fresh beef brains. I think they're $30. There should be more, actually. For fresh beef.
$30 for a cow brain. Why would you buy that? If Shawn wants to debate Raffaello, would he debate you too? He's been dodging a debate with me. I'm not sure if Raffaella asked him if he would debate me during their debate, but we'll see.
Brain is worth more than $30. I might have to increase that price because we only get 1 or 2 a week. But that's on the fresh meat set. There's a fresh meat share option where you have to email us, where you can order all this stuff. So you have the option of the local ground beef, the porterhouse or the ribeye steaks, or the beef brain, which is very limited. And we have too much blood. I think I have like over 300 jars, so this is now $5 a jar. And guys, this lid and jar cost me $1. Plus I paid the farmer for the blood. Like, I'm not really making any money on this. We just have so much of it now that I have to charge $5 a jar for the fresh blood. Otherwise, we're gonna have just too much. I don't know what to do with it. What's also really special is last week we showed you guys we got beef pastrami homemade and beef bacon homemade. So the difference between this and the bacon we were selling, this is smoked and cured. So very, very high quality, much tastier, ready to eat. It's fully cooked all the way through. So we did a price reduction. The pastrami I think was 25. I took it down to 20. The bacon was like 20. I think I took it down to like 16.50 or something. But you know, guys, hopefully in the very near future we have our own plan and we're able to reduce the price a little more.
That is making me sick.
Yeah, it is pretty goddamn disgusting. I don't know how he passed a Department of Agriculture inspection with this disgusting shit. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
You know, the amount of time and work and effort this takes to make this stuff, such a special product, if I'm charging this little for it, it's almost not worth it, even though it seems expensive. So those items are all fresh, never frozen. Even the bacon and the pastrami, the brisket and the belly was never frozen. That's on, as I said, on the fresh steak and ground beef option. This is now the separate option if you want a whole beef share. So we had 2 customers order a quarter beef this week. The cow came out a bit heavy. It's 408 pounds of meat total. So each customer is getting about 200 pounds of meat for their share, which is, these are 5 boxes. So each customer is getting 5 40-pound boxes of meat, which is a ton of meat. Here is like all the roasts. There's round roast, there's chuck roast, brisket in there. There's a lot of like bone-in ribeye and porterhouse steaks in here. And then these 3 on the bottom are basically all ground beef in there. There's a
So sad to think that was a cow. Like, Jesus fuck, dude.
Small amount of like liver and heart that you get with this, but it's mostly ground beef. And this is the cheapest price online for this type of meat because we charge between $7.50 and $7.75 a pound for the finished product. Everyone else charges.
Shawn Baker looks like he smells like geriatric farts. Shawn Baker looks like he was biopsied from an AIDS patient's butthole crease. Shawn Baker looks like he jerks off to quadriplegic rape fantasies. Shawn Baker looks like he lab grown from smegma cells.
That is all true. Thanks for the donation. Vegans are goad.
Charges by the hanging weight, so they're kind of like scamming you because you don't necessarily pay per pound for what you get. So you're basically getting all cuts of beef for less than $8 a pound, which is crazy, you know, because you're getting ribeye, you're getting porterhouse, you're getting these roasts, all these whole retail cuts that are worth way more than that. So this is the best price that you can get fresh meat for online if you want to fill up your freezer, if you really want to buy in bulk. We got some extra eggs this week, so if you guys want to help support the local Amish farmer, hey, place an extra egg order, you know, really help us out. So those are all chicken eggs, and we do have a limited amount of duck and quail eggs. I think we're almost out of duck eggs this week, but they should be coming in next week. Yeah, I could have put all that fresh chicken in there too. We're going to get another batch of fresh chicken in, and I don't really care.
1. Would you challenge Baker again? Make it clear he's a coward for debating vegans. Less experience but not you too. Think you'll ever try to get Destiny to watch that level video again that clearly shows he's a liar lol?
I mean, I could try. Pretty goddamn sure he's not going to do it tonight because he's looking at the ICC arrest warrant stuff for Israel, so I think he's going to be too busy to really want to talk about that. But thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby. I'll see what I can do with the Shawn Baker debate. He's probably just going to refuse to debate me. But thanks again, dude.
Care that much because like all this fresh beef and stuff we're doing every week, you guys don't seem to care about it that much. So maybe in the future when we're set up better, we'll be able to just do fresh meat in general for everyone. But just for now, it's not really a priority. And honestly, the people that want fresh, never frozen stuff, they don't seem to be willing to pay extra for it. In most cases, so it's not really worth it on my end. So nothing crazy new on the food stuff. You know, the past 2 weeks we restocked some marrow oil. We got some plain beef jerky back in stock. But what I wanted to show you guys was our new water kefir labels. God help me if I can find them. So after like 3 years of selling water kefir, I finally got labels for you guys. You know, we were able to offer that at a more affordable price because we're reusing the Mountain Valley bottles. Like here we have lemon, grape is a new flavor, relatively new flavor. Pineapple, older flavor. Cranberry, brand new flavor. We don't even have this available yet. And then we have the back label too. So on the front is going to be the flavor. On the back, it's just going to say, you know, a little bit about the kefir, what the ingredients are, how much culture's probiotic content per cup, and then it's going to say like, oh, okay, what ingredients do we use in it, and then just some quality certifications that we have on here. But I'm excited about this. There's blueberry. Honestly, like the labels are nice, but the way they stick to the bottle, it's not like they're not completely flush. They don't stick that great. So it's still much better than what we had. Yeah. So this is what it's going to come like: healing crystals, kefir, cherry, kefir, and then the label on the back. So I mean, you can still, you know, like we still got the Mountain Valley cap and it says spring water on here, but the Mountain Valley label on the front and the back is no more. And this is important because like you guys weren't able to tell. If you order different flavors of water kefir, there's really no way to tell until after you open it and smell it. But I guess we're getting slightly more professional. Now all the water kefir is $8.50 a bottle. You know, I'm trying to keep in mind that, you know, economy's kind of screwed for a lot of people and they can't really afford it, but I don't think we're really profiting selling that for $8.50 a bottle. So we'll have to see how it goes after we get all the flavors available and see how quickly everything's moving. We're also going to sell the kefir mineral should be available soon. I was telling you guys about that replacement for molasses. Maybe well, that's probably 2 or 3 weeks away. Slightly off topic. Sometimes when I place a large order with Uline, I get this for free. It's a Milwaukee drill and impact set. I think I got, how many of these do I have now? There's one down there. There's 2 over there.
Maybe the boxes are infected.
We can only hope. We can only hope. And hopefully whoever touches them or eats that shit winds up in the hospital. Thanks for the donation though, James.
There. So I mean, I got 4 of these total. So maybe we'll do a giveaway for my best customers. Like if you place a lot of orders with me and you can really use this, I think it's like a $300 or $400 value. Again, it's Milwaukee drill, Milwaukee impact driver. I mean, I have.
Why you order meat on his website and you get an impact drill? Like what?
I have a set for my work in my house already, so I don't really need it. There's the impact. There's the drill. Nice little set. So we got 4 of these available. So I guess whoever watches this vlog and guys, don't email me unless you're like, you know, you're placing a lot of orders because that's who I'll give this away to. I don't really know how to do a giveaway fairly. I'll have to think about this. Maybe we'll have to announce it in the title. But look, when thousands of people are watching this, and I only have 4. I mean, you know, if it's over $1,000, 4 of these, but I still don't feel like it's, you know, a warranted giveaway because like I'll give away Liverworks with every order 1 week, which is, you know, 300. If it's, well, not 300 orders. Let's say if it's 200 orders, that's, you know, $1,500 with Liverworks. So the giveaways we do normally, like 1 of each product to every customer, it's more costing me more overall, but I guess people get more excited about the idea of something like that. It's more valuable. Over here, we restocked our bug spray. It's in glass now. Accidentally bought plastic bottles last time. Just waiting on some labels. We ran out of labels for this, but it's just organic witch hazel, spring water, some essential oils in here. So basically a natural bug spray that works. I've tried it before, and that it's in glass. Basically minimally polluted. No other companies really do this, guys, because buying the glass, transporting it, shipping it, doing high quality with the water and everything, that's what's really special about our products on Frankie's Naturals is, they're not made with tap water and they're not stored in plastic. Those are two things you actually can't even buy if you wanted to. You'd have to make the product yourself. But speaking of Frankie's Naturals, pretty much everything is on is on sale, very cheap discount, because I just want to move all this stuff out of here. I can't really afford to stock the inventory anymore. So like all the soap, all the shampoo, most of the lotions and stuff, we heavily reduced the price. If I lower it anymore, I think I'm breaking even. So if you guys have been wanting to buy shampoo or conditioner really cheap, this deodorant, I don't even know if it's listed on the website. Mike,
I watched the fight 3 times and I am honestly convinced that Faggot Fury got blessed beyond belief in round 9. Do you even realize how lucky he got? Do you think he even knows how lucky he got? Usyk basically knocked him out. Faggot Fury sucks. Faggot.
Yeah, he got super lucky. Super lucky. He lost the fight really then and there. The ref saved him and it was kind of a bullshit call. Thanks for the donation though, Barry.
The young turds are upset about the precedent of Iran's death.
These are the images.
I have no idea why you'd be upset about that piece of shit dying.
Rocking the Middle East this morning. The charred remains of a helicopter, its tail partially intact. News that rescuers who took hours to reach the remote site found only wreckage and the bodies of the dead. Iran's hardline president and its foreign minister brought down by bad weather, an official said. The thick fog and mountainous terrain evident from the pictures of the urgent rescue effort.
Ibrahim Raisi, the 63-year-old hardline fundamentalist.
So, does that bug spray work?
What bug spray? What do you mean? Thanks for the donation, James.
Yo, when starting hypertrophy and adding new exercises, should the new exercises be 3x10 like my squat and bench, or should they be done 3x5 since I haven't been training them until now?
It doesn't particularly matter. You're going to get the same hypertrophic effect from sets of 5 as you would with sets of 10. If you're doing an exercise that is a big compound lift that you haven't done in a very long time, it may make more sense to do sets of 5 just because you're going to have less fatigue built up by the end of the set, so it's a little easier to, keep good form and good technique. So... But again, it kind of depends on what exercise you're talking about. Like if it's bicep curls, you probably should be doing like something like sets of 10. If it's a big heavy compound lift like squats, then yeah, sets of 5 probably makes more sense. If you're using a machine like leg press or hack squats, then again, sets of 10 or more might make more sense. Thanks for the donation though. Forgot my namification. Appreciate it.
President of Iran has been confirmed dead following the crash of a helicopter that he was flying in. Now, in total, 9 people on board that helicopter have been confirmed dead, including Iran's president, of course, the foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian, and the governor of the Eastern Azerbaijan province, which was the area in which these officials were going to in order to celebrate the completion of a dam along Azerbaijan's border. So what happens now? Well, we're going to get to that in a second, but first, more details on the helicopter crash itself.
Iranian officials say the helicopter ran into trouble amid heavy fog on Sunday afternoon. Images.
I'm sick of this shit. Fury didn't get knocked out. He literally showed heart and courage to withstand that, did he not? I honestly think the 10 count was the right call. You should change your name to Faggot Gaines for being so biased. I bet you support Ukraine.
Fury got knocked out. He just didn't fall to the canvas. And The reffing call was kind of stupid. Like, he was getting his ass beat, and then, like, again, right before the fucking bell rings, he does a 10 count when he didn't even get knocked down onto the canvas. I don't know. It's just kind of weird to just stop the fight when it's about to be finished, and then you give Fury, like, this big breather to keep on going. But thanks for the donation, Fury fan.
Of the crash site in Iran's East Azerbaijan province show the remote mountainous area where the aircraft went down. And you are looking at a photo of it right there. The president and other officials had been attending a ceremony for the opening of a new dam near the border with Azerbaijan. Rescuers faced difficult weather conditions overnight, including cold and heavy fog, as they scrambled to locate the crash site.
It took rescue teams around 16 hours to be able to locate and get to that area itself. The rescue teams were unable to put a helicopter into the air, they said, because of the weather conditions. The fact that the fog was so thick, visibility was very limited.
Now, when this news first broke on Sunday, there were, of course, some suspicions of potential foul play, considering the fact that Iran is in conflict with Israel. However, I want to make clear that as of this moment, there's absolutely no indication or suspicion or proof of.
Good evening, VG. I really hope that you are doing great tonight. Check out this news about Israel also, cute cat Sammy Yum.
Israel purchased thousands of tents for Palestinians fleeing Rafah. Yes, pretty funny genocide. Pretty odd genocide when you do all this humanitarian work. And let me see. Oh my God! It's a kitty sandwich. Look at him. Oh my God, that's a cute kitty. Wow, so little. Look at his little paws. That's amazing. That's really adorable. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Of foul play. What I don't understand, Cenk, is why, with low visibility, with terrible weather, they made a decision to fly in a helicopter for something as, in my opinion, unimportant as a celebratory ceremony for a dam opening. But what are your thoughts?
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth, as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know, like over 20. My thought is, this is how rich people die. So I've been saying this on the show for over 20 years now. Don't take small planes and helicopters, and definitely don't take them when there's weather problems. So I've said it dozens and dozens of times, because people have died dozens of times doing this. And every time they think they're infallible and invincible and it's not a big deal, that they'll make it fine. You had 9 top government officials for Iran on that helicopter in the middle of that weather. That's just nuts. So look, there's several reasons to believe that nothing untoward happened, and that's the most important part of this story. We'll get to what's going to happen in Iran next, but in terms of Israel, Iran is not acting like that anybody did anything against them. Obviously, the weather conditions seem to be the main culprit, so that's an enormous factor in here. I did read in one article that there's slight rumors of the Supreme Leader's son. Supreme Leader is now 85 years old, okay? And he's the one that makes all the foreign policy decisions, and he has basically veto power over domestic decisions. So the president just died, but the president doesn't have anywhere near the power the Supreme Leader does, Khamenei. And so Khamenei's son was a potential successor, although theoretically the Iranian regime does not like hereditary succession. And if the president had not died, he was almost certainly going to succeed the Supreme Leader. So there's a little bit of speculation about the son, but even that doesn't seem like it's much of anything. It looks like, no, it was terrible weather, and a lot of people, including the foreign minister, also died in.
All right.
You know, we might just give that away with every Frankie's Naturals order moving forward. We'll have to see about that. Like the coconut oil soap is only $2 a bar. I might reduce it even more. But we're basically we're gonna liquidate everything over here. Maybe only keep one, like 2 or 3 of the items, and I'll probably make my own shampoo in a month or two. I have to figure out the recipe on that. A new clay shampoo. I was joking about this natural lube last week. But what's kind of special and probably warrants a separate video and a longer explanation is this stuff, 7-hydroxymitragine, which a girl told me about when I was out in LA. It's actually kratom. If you've heard of kratom, there's been like documentaries and crazy stories about that.
Oh my god, he's selling fucking kratom. Bro, kratom is so dangerous.
Stuff, but this is an extract of kratom, which is like an opioid stimulant, which I've been using on and off the past 3 weeks. I just wanted to tell.
Sup VG? Would you consider as a mental illness? Ironically, it is Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yeah, that is definitely a mental illness. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Got it, so maybe try 3x5 for new compounds, but 3x10 for bench, squat and DL should be fine since I already worked up my weights. I dropped my big 3 down 20% in order to complete 3x10 and I haven't had any issues yet even with adding weight.
If you feel like you may have technical issues doing sets of 10 with new compound lifts, then yeah, go with sets of 5. Or if you feel like you would likely get a better stimulus from doing sets of 5 as opposed to sets of 10, then go with sets of 5. Those would be the 2 reasons. If you've been doing a given lift like bench press for a very, very long time, you're very technically skilled with the movement, and you've just taken a break from benching, there may not be any need to go back to doing bench with sets of 5 for technical reasons, where you think your technique isn't going to be great. And if you do sets of 10, it's just going to be very difficult for you to maintain proper form. If you're very good with benching, you probably don't need to do that. I would just look at it from a stimulus perspective. If you feel like you'd probably get a better stimulus from sets of 5 because you haven't done sets of 5 in a while, then do sets of 5. But thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. And, sounds like things are going pretty good with your training. If you're able to add weight with sets of 10.
Why the fuck are the young turds mourning the death of an evil dictator like the precedent of Iran?
I have no idea. The Young Turks are kind of fucking retarded. A lot of the left-wing media is just kind of retarded now. Is there even any big platform that's like new media and left wing that is pro-Israel? I can't even think of any. Like Destiny is the only big left-leaning platform that's pro-Israel. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Jack Higgs donated $2. Raffaella ripped Dum Dum Shawn apart. Extremely satisfying to watch. Humane murder at its finest. Well, yeah, I could tell before even watching it because Shawn made a video complaining about her. So if he's making a video bitching and complaining about the debate, that means he knows he fucked up. And he was lying about the debate too, so yeah. But thanks for the donation, Jack.
Are we done with Frank?
No, not yet. We're only halfway through his dumb retard video. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Test my liver enzymes before selling this to you guys, and my liver enzymes are the same. So, if I'm taking 1 or 2 of these every day and it's not affecting my liver enzymes, I'm inclined to believe that, just as with anything, if you overdo it, it's the problem. So, these are some sample things.
Well, Frank's a drug addict now. He's taking fucking kratom.
So these are going to be for sale on organ supplements. For the next 200 orders on organ supplements, regardless of what you get, I think it's going to be $30 minimum. You're going to get a free pill. So I usually.
Oh my god. He's trying to make his clients addicted to drugs. This is insane.
Break these in half, and if I'm having a bad day or I'm tired or I'm not feeling so good, these whip me right up. And what I really like is taking these before getting on the airplane. I'll never be afraid to, like, I usually hated going on airplanes, but, you know, taking half of these at the beginning of the flight and then half of it halfway through the flight, it's just like you feel good the whole time. You don't have to worry about it. But these aren't cheap, guys. I think they used to be like $35 for 3 pills. Now I think it's down to $26 or $27. So it's still, you know, $6, $7 a bit. Look, it's not super expensive for a cost of feeling good all day, but it's definitely not cheap. So we're giving away, again, 200 orders worth of free pills. Just if you
he's literally trying to make everybody addicted to fucking opiates, basically. What a fucking jackass. Yeah, free drugs with every order. What a fucking asshole.
guys want to try it, and then if you guys do think it's something that makes your day better, I mean, hey, for me, I'll gladly pay for 1 or 2 of these pills a day if it makes me feel better. And there's a lot of negative stigma around opioids, but the problem with them is people don't have a base of nutrition in their diet, so they're not giving themselves the B vitamins and protein and things necessary to.
Oh, here we go. An opiate addiction is okay as long as you have a good diet. What a fucking idiot.
Replenish the neurotransmitters that act on the opioid. So if I take 1 or 1.5 of those a day, and it's the way I use them is to get me in a good headspace. So if I'm having a bad day and I take 1 of those and it cheers me up, I don't have to take 2 or 3 more than that day. I'll be happy the rest of the day. It's like it's good to take you from bad to good, and then if you're eating right, if you're eating healthy, if your diet's on point, if everything's in check, it's more of like a preventative thing. And if you're having a really bad day, yeah, you could take like 1 or 2 of them, like, because I've never taken more than half a pill at once so far. So I really like that as a tool, like, especially when I was sick or if you're not feeling so good, it's good to get you in that good headspace, and then,
Holy
you know,
shit.
especially like after you wake up, a lot of times, like when I go to bed, I don't feel good when I wake up, so I like taking half in the morning sometimes, and then when I get back from work, another half, or if I'm not feeling so good after a nap. Really, really useful tool for that. Really useful tool. I like it. I was reading crazy stories online of people getting addicted and they're taking like 8 pills a day, but I think it relates back to the nutrition and diet and health and taking care of yourself. Because I've been using that for 3 weeks on it.
No, they're addictive, and they're dangerously addictive too. That it has nothing to do with your diet, you idiot.
Off has not negatively affected my liver enzymes. I think it's a very useful tool. The only downside is it's a little expensive, and I don't know, but I'm going to list that on organsupplements.com. And as I said, I should probably film some shorts on it too, but the first 200 orders on organsupplements.com are going to get 1 free capsule. I mean, we got a lot of.
Oh, sick. Bro, this could get him banned on YouTube. I'm pretty sure kratom falls under the promotion of harmful activities like drugs. I think other channels have gotten banned for promoting kratom. So this could actually get him banned. He's linking to he's linking to drug sales on his website of this fucking kratom. He said it was on organ supplements, right? And he was promoting it in his fucking video.
Riley wants to see if you have the evidence to prove riding horses is good for them.
Riley. I don't know. I don't know of any papers specifically looking at horse riding and longevity. There probably are some papers on it, but if you've been around horses, you'll notice horses that get ridden are generally healthier and live longer than horses that never get ridden. They just get more physical exercise. So it's just like if a human being were to just sit around and do nothing all day versus another human who like lifts weights and runs and jogs. Same idea, but if you want...
Well then let's report him now.
Yeah, really. Dude, the first thing that pops up on his fucking website is this kratom bullshit. Let me see. Hateful, abusive, violent, repulsive, harassment, harmful, dangerous acts. Misinformation is also a big one. Pharmaceutical or drug abuse. This applies to links in the description. Let's see. He promotes the use of kratom, which is a highly addictive drug that acts as an opiate. He also claims that opiates are not harmful or addictive as long as you have a good diet. There we go. Oh yeah. He also links directly to his website where he is selling these addictive drugs. Link is in the description. There we go. Well, we'll see what happens with that.
The black tops and pants, all the shorts and t-shirts are available. I don't have to take 2 or 3 more. Really, really useful tool for that. Really useful tool.
Dude, how stupid is Frank, bro? What a fucking dumbass. Like, I'm already convinced Frank is probably an alcoholic. Like, he was talking about how you can drink a bottle of wine every night and it's fine.
Oh boy. Hope Frank is watching you right now.
Yeah, hopefully.
Lol.
That'd be hilarious. Kratom is very fucking dangerous. There's different types of kratom that have slightly different effects on your brain and everything. But it is highly, highly addictive.
Snape kills Dumbledore at the end. He was in love with Harry's mom the whole time.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation. Breaking news. Yeah, so what people get wrong about kratom is they say the effects of kratom wear off very quickly. So the argument there is if you take it very frequently, you won't get the psychoactive, benefits of it. And then that prevents addiction, but it actually does the exact opposite. You develop a tolerance to it so quickly, and you develop a physiological dependence so quickly, you're then incentivized to take more and more and more of it. And withdrawals from kratom can be like fucking life-destroying. Psych Substance was addicted to kratom for a while. He did a whole video. I don't know if his channel's still up. Psych Substance did a video about it a while ago, and he was talking about how when he got off kratom...
Before we get started, I'd like to share
for months, he just had, huge energy problems. He was sleeping constantly. He couldn't concentrate.
So, what drugs is Frank pushing?
Kratom. He's pushing kratom. But yeah, hopefully that gets him a strike on his channel. Thanks for the donation, James.
Message with the Google employee who will be reviewing whether this video passes the advertiser-friendly guideline.
From the website
And strain, it can either increase somebody's energy and cause them to feel more motivated, or it can have the opposite effect and make someone feel very relaxed and chill and, well, sedated. It can make you extremely tired. Safety-wise, no one has ever been documented to have died directly as a result of kratom consumption. People have died who had kratom found in their system, but it was never proven, at least undeniably, that kratom was the cause of their demise. In the United States, they currently are claiming that 36 people total have in fact died from just simply overdosing on kratom. Now let's just pretend for a second that this information is true and 36 people have total. What gets me is that this number is still remarkably low, especially when you consider things like every single year,
Can this kratom also be potentially fatal?
There have been reported overdose deaths on Kratom. So it's possible. I don't know how dangerous it is in terms of potential for overdose, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
500 or more people die from being stepped on by elephants, or over 300 people die every year due to overdosing on Tylenol. Not again, after that experience, that's... The thing is, if it wasn't for all this misinformation that I read and then naively believed, I would have personally never began using Kratom daily. I mean, it slowly ramped up to daily. I'll get into it shortly. No matter what my reasons were, even if I did have good reasons for it, because... well, I don't believe the benefits really did outweigh the negatives, at least not for me. A lot of the time online when somebody does speak up and they start to talk about some of the very real negatives that do come from, again, usually it's daily use. If you're using it sparingly, like maybe once or twice a week, these negatives are not going to be apparent. Well, that's when the community at large kind of tries to shut you up. And fancy thing about me is I really don't care what you guys think about me. I'm here to relay my honest experiences and non-biased information, and whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you my experience, at least what happened to me and what I've noticed has happened to others. Anyway, let's get into my story. So basically, the first time I tried Kratom was when I used to. I was totally blown away with the analgesic effects. It would make me just to no longer feel so introverted, which isn't like me. I think I let my body go the most that I have in, well, over 10 years. I just felt really no urge to exercise anymore. It kind of just makes you feel just really relaxed and calm and like everything is okay in life. It's a numbing effect. I mean,
Frank's channel is such toast.
Hopefully. Hopefully he gets permabanned for that bullshit. I don't have a problem with somebody talking about their experience with drug use and some of their thoughts on what drugs do, but when you're putting out misinformation saying, oh yeah, Kratom's great, it's safe, it's like an opiate, yeah, and then links to a website selling it, when these drugs are very harmful and addictive, yeah, you should get your fucking channel banned. Fuck that asshole. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
About time Biden made a base speech about Israel and Palestine. Hashtag Biden 2024.
We want Hamas defeated. We'll work with Israel to make that happen. And consistent with Jewish values and compassion, kindness and dignity and human life, my team also is providing critical humanitarian assistance to help innocent Palestinian civilians who are suffering greatly because of the war Hamas has unleashed. It's heartbreaking. As we do this, we're also committed to bring the region together, to work toward a two-state solution that provides security, prosperity, and enduring peace for Israel and Palestinians. And let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders.
Like, this is such a stupid thing to fucking do because it's going to encourage other countries to back out of the ICC and back out of the UN. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. It's just insane.
Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. And it's clear Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection. But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that.
Based.
We're going to always stand with Israel and the threats against its security.
Yeah, Biden's fucking based, dude.
3 sit-up PLS.
All right, I will do that for you. Just give me one moment. Thanks for the donation, Jew Pope.
I had my last dose of the day, and it was that evening that I started getting the withdrawal effects, which was really just a runny nose. And I thought, because of what I read, that that's all that was going to happen. Sleeping that night was fine. I didn't really have any issues. But the next day, I felt terrible. it was really challenging to make it through the day without dosing. I had a lot of mental and even physical cravings for it. I just physically felt like shit. I had no energy. I felt sick. I had a runny nose. My sinuses were all clogged up, and I had no motivation to do anything, not even make myself food. I didn't have an appetite. That night is when I realized, okay, I'm in for a battle here, because sleeping was basically out of the question. I had not only full-on insomnia, I started getting shakes. My body would just... But then it would kind of evolve into more from just shaking to like, it would be in my hand and I'd have to just shake this hand, and then I'd like use all my energy to stop that hand from shaking, and then it would go to this hand. And worse, I had absolutely no energy. I kept explaining to people that it felt like I was moving through...
What is kratom and how does one get it?
Kratom is a plant, and it has opiate-like qualities. And you get it by just buying it online. It's not banned yet in the United States, and it's not a controlled substance, so you just order it online. Thanks for the donation, James.
Quicksand. Like, just my movements felt slow, and I started getting joint pain. My knees hurt, my hips hurt. I felt absolutely depressed. I just felt so low. I've heard you before, and I kept thinking, so if this is how old people feel, no wonder they move so slow, because I was moving like a 90-year-old man. I also realized that the best way to quit kratom, because these withdrawals suck so hard, is to actually lower your dose very slowly. A lot of people suggest lowering your dose 10% each month, meaning, well, it could take like half a year or more to quit. And I thought, hell no, I don't want to do this. I want to be done with this as quickly as possible. I don't want to have to drink this green sludge for the rest of my life to just feel like myself. But one of the things that I decided to do to really help me through the process was work out again. Even though I really didn't feel like it, I felt like absolute shit, but I still forced myself to exercise, because in doing that, I realized that I could force myself to do things that I don't enjoy. So people fail and they relapse is not because they necessarily want to get high. What I found was the actual cravings disappeared really quickly. Within 3 or 4 days after my last dose, I physically wasn't craving it, for the uplifting effects. I was just craving any way I could to feel normal again, to be able to sleep. I can't even imagine what people go through who are getting off heroin and how much they need something like...
Yeah, so kratom's a serious fucking problem. You can very easily develop a dependence to it. And here's fucking Frank saying, oh yeah, buy my kratom. It's fine. It's good for you as long as you're eating a good diet. Yeah, opiates are good for you.
Like it. I was reading crazy stories online of people getting addicted and they're taking like 8 pills a day, but I think it relates back to the nutrition and diet and health and taking care of yourself. But the first 200 orders on OrganSupplements.com are going to get 1 free capsule. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on, guys. We got the fresh meat in there. We got discounts on all the Frankie's natural stuff. We got the hydroxymistrogene available now, and we restocked all the clothing on Wi-Fi shielding. All the sweatsuits, the black tops and pants, all the shorts and t-shirts are available if you guys want this. There were like 3 or 4 orders people placed where like they only ordered a t-shirt or only ordered underwear, and I told you guys I want you to order them in sets, but I might just have to drop that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
So Frank is now selling drugs on his site? So WH at plant contains kratom?
Kratom. Kratom contains kratom. Kratom's the plant. It's like cocaine comes from the coca leaf, sort of thing. But thanks for the donation, James. And yeah, Frank is literally selling addictive, dangerous drugs on his website now.
Because I'm not going to pass up, $100 sale. It might throw the inventory off, and then I got to figure it out with my tailor. But like what I tried doing was like, if someone ordered a t-shirt, I would add the shorts, $30, put it on the invoice, and send them the bill, explaining to them, hey, would you like to order the set, or would you like me to cancel the order? But I don't know. It's like a girl ordered a t-shirt and was like, oh, I don't need shorts because I don't have balls. But well, she didn't say that. That's not what it's implying. But if you're wearing just a t-shirt and the bottom is open and the radiation can come in, you're still being protected a little bit by the t-shirt. But I just can't fathom why someone would not order a set. Like, why wouldn't you order the t-shirt and the underwear at the same time? Like, you need to wear both to protect your whole body. It doesn't make any sense. So let's hop in the freezer and hopefully not freeze my camera. So nothing crazy new over here, just restocks. We got our regular strip steaks, 10-ounce strip steaks, smaller portions available at a discount if you guys like those. Over here is just some raw beef bacon. We got plenty of ground bison, very affordable price on that. This is our pork share, very special, but you guys aren't too excited about it, so I'm not worried about it that much. We won't talk about it. Plenty of raw Iberico bacon restocked. We restocked the ground Iberico pork. We have, of course, our rib chops and Iberico strip steaks, very special. We did restock some veal brains, a lot of you guys were asking, and we should get even more in this week. So, any of you guys missing the veal brains, we will.
Who the fuck eats veal brains? It's just so weird.
We'll have some more. Plenty of veal sweetbreads restocked too. We have a lot of.
Frankie's Drug Emporium and Meat House
7777777777777777777777777777888888888. Okay, I'm just gonna skip that, but thanks for the donation, Ethan. I appreciate it.
What's going on, everybody? Vince could come here. Today is Monday, May 20th. People wanted to know what the Great One thinks about the vegan booty situation, so I figured I'd oblige now there.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday evening, and the reason for the video is apparently Tosh Peterson, aka Vegan Booty, is at it once again. But this time she's not protesting and hooting and hollering at some grocery store. No, she's up to something even more deceitful and conniving. Not illegal.
The video was clearly a skit, okay? It was clearly a fake prank vid. Calling it deceitful and conniving is just fucking retarded. It was a fake prank vid just conveying an animal rights message. What's the problem?
Legal, but very deceitful. The best way to show you guys what she's doing is, let's go ahead and just roll the beautiful bean footage here.
You are comfortable being animal abusers?
I'm just want to have fish. Can you just leave me alone,
These
please?
fish want to live?
Mate.
They feel pain, they suffer just like you.
What's the problem, mate?
Would you do this to a dog? Would you hook a dog in the mouth?
Just leave us alone. We're just having a
leave you alone
fish.
because you're not leaving the fish alone. You're actually an animal abuser.
What'd you call me, mate?
Wait,
what'd you
an animal
call me,
abuser?
mate?
Oh my god!
Just off, mate. Vegan. You vegan.
Now, folks, this is obviously staged. First off, I recognize these two giblets that are actually fishing. They protest along with Tosh. They're both vegans here. Number two, it was kind of a pathetic toss into the water. Obviously, that type of stuff is staged, A vegan simply because, just like everybody else, everyone has a vegan friend or pal, I got a lot of vegan friends, Got a lot of Indian Muslim friends that are also vegan. I've even went over their house and eaten their food. Some vegans' houses I went to go out and eat, it wasn't very delightful. Other people, hey, their vegan stuff was on point, on God, as Lamar would actually say.
Hello VG. Frank is selling Wi-Fi shielding clothing. What makes it capable of stopping Wi-Fi? I'm starting to think that there's a lot of morons out there that I could make money off of.
According to the website, there's like some sort of metal, like I think silver, that's added to the clothing that blocks Wi-Fi signals. It's stupid and pointless and expensive and retarded, but yeah, there's a lot of idiots that you can make money off of. So I guess if you want to sell Wi-Fi shielding clothing, go for it. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
But the thing about it is that, this is just a false narrative, We don't go around assaulting vegans just because, someone is actually vegan. Everyone has a vegan friend. Except the vegan friends I have are not as annoying as Tosh. They don't...
I don't know how we can say that when Tash has been assaulted in public. I don't know how many fucking times. I've also known animal rights activists that have been assaulted in public, and they weren't doing the types of thing that Tash does, where they're like going into a shopping mall and, starting a ruckus or anything. My activist friend, Len Goldberg, he was at a protest protesting a circus. He was standing on the opposite side of the road to the circus in a public area, just merely holding up a sign. One of the circus managers chased after him, grabbed him by the neck, and almost choked him to death. So this does happen. Meat eaters and carnists do assault vegans, and he's seen it personally. He's seen Tash get assaulted plenty of fucking times. So the idea that, meat eaters don't do this, no, they do.
Go around and push their lifestyle on other people. I mean, heck, even myself, I sell vegan products through my online grocery store. Even though there's very little vegans in our world population, everyone pretty much has a vegan friend somewhere. And...
Is Kava similar to Kratom? I have no idea.
And even if they didn't, they still wouldn't.
Okay, well...
Veal sweetbreads, if you guys like these. But most importantly, all the chicken's back. So we got every cut chicken breast, there's drumsticks, there's thighs, and we got plenty of whole chickens. Very affordable price, too, for the quality corn and soy-free chicken, guys. So if you guys have been waiting for the chicken, we'll have it. And moving forward, our farmer's back in production, so we should not be running out of chicken anytime soon. And if you guys do want fresh, never frozen chicken, let me know. Maybe we can work something out, a special or something. Over here is just we got some Wagyu over here. Wagyu ribeye, Wagyu burgers. I think we're almost out of...
That is not real Wagyu. That's a scam. There's no American standard for what Wagyu beef is. The standard only exists in Japan, so any Wagyu product you're buying in the United States isn't real Wagyu. It's a total scam.
There's just we got some Wagyu over here. Wagyu ribeye, Wagyu burgers. I think we're almost out of burgers. The main thing over here that you guys like is the Wagyu skirt steaks because they're more affordable. They're like only $20 a pound. But what's also really special and a great price that we have is like these porterhouse steaks are very affordable. What's new is the Angus beef burgers are now their half-pound patties, so a little different. Yeah, there's some of the Wagyu skirt steak. And if you guys are unfamiliar with Wagyu, it's just more tender and has more marbling than regular beef. Again, these bone-in steaks we have are great deal, great prices on the bone-in ribeye or the porterhouse. Not too much to talk about here. We still got all these lamb chops. I'll be sad when we run out though. A lot of oxtail restocked. Way too much oxtail. Accidentally bought some extra. The marrow butter is back. We were out of the marrow butter for a while, but if you guys want this instead of the marrow oil, we do have the raw form. We restocked the boneless short ribs, but the price went up, so these are like $20 a pound now, which I'm not too happy about. You guys got to keep supporting me so I can buy my own slaughterhouse and then I can make everything more affordable. We moved all the ice cream over here. Vanilla, cookie dough, maple pecan, chocolate, strawberry, honey. We got about 6 ice cream flavors right now. And over here we have all of the stews and the soup. So like we have our chicken stock, we have our chicken meat soup, plain chicken soup. We have our beef barley stew from our Siberian Village Girl Princess. Organic demi-glace, very special, one of my favorite products. I put this in my white bean puree now or add it to flavor anything. This is our plain beef stew. Over here we got the Vichy Swag. I was having this for lunch yesterday. I was dipping some bread in this. I'll have it again today for lunch. And then we have our very nutritious collagen broth, collagen extract. A lot of that. We might give it away 1 week, but I'm not sure yet.
Wow, I can't believe that Alabama's so petty for doing this too. A judge from Alabama just ruled to this person that if they don't apologize for what they allegedly did, then they will go to jail raw.
An Alabama man faces jail time for not saying he's sorry to a police officer.
I was pulled over. He wrote me a ticket. He stood at the car. He wouldn't move from in front of my mirror of my car. And I kept asking him to move, and he wouldn't move. So I told him, eventually, I just told him, hey, man, get your ass out of the way, because I can go take my kids to school. They're already late because of you.
Well, first of all, I want you to understand that he was
Let me guess that this has something to do with racism.
I hear the animals screaming.
Yeah, me too, dude. It's crazy how many animals are dying because of Frank's fucking stupidity. Thanks for the donation, James.
He was doing 28 in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, 3 miles over the limit. Secondarily, June the 4th, we are to report back to court. And if he doesn't apologize or write the letter, he's going to be incarcerated. At that point, we feel like that his rights will be violated.
You think that this would be an issue if you were white?
Probably not. We used to it down here. I'm just sick of it. Just like my lawyer told me, they're going to continue to harass and do whatever they can as long as we let them get away with it. That's why I'm standing up.
Yeah, there's no way that is constitutional. You do not have to apologize to a fucking police officer.
Up now for maybe to make a stop to something. Put a stop to something. I hope.
Yeah, it's bullshit. 3 miles over the limit. Like, go fuck yourself.
Because we have some more here too. We have some more collagen broth here. On the lamb side of things, we did restock some lamb liver, lamb heart, and lamb kidneys. So that's something we were running low on, but for the most part, all the lamb is in stock.
Fucking disgusting.
Lamb intestines, lamb burgers restocked. Cute little lamb picanhas. Not as popular as I thought they would be, but still very cute. I think we also restocked some sirloin steak. I don't talk enough. I stayed in there too long. What should we talk about first? The glass bottle dairy? You guys want to hear about me complaining about chargebacks and stuff? What do you guys want to hear about first? Twilight Zone, baby. So nothing too crazy on the chargebacks this week, but this one customer ordered like 5 or 6 orders of the duck eggs. I think their total was like $600. They applied the discount to it, which they're not supposed to do. We don't allow discounts on the eggs because it has to cover the shipping cost. And then the guy started complaining that some of the eggs were rotten. Now, no one else from this batch complained about the duck eggs being rotten, but he showed me some pictures, and hey, sometimes, you know, the farmer isn't on top of stuff, and I can't be quality control with everything. So yeah, some of the duck eggs are rotten and bad, so we just say, hey, take a picture and send me proof back of, you know, any eggs that were damaged, and we'll issue a refund. And this guy's getting angry, like, oh no, I want to send you the eggs back, and I want a full refund. I was like, buddy, you could have went on the foods website and ordered $30 worth of duck eggs. Instead, you ordered $500-600 worth of duck eggs, and now you're complaining about them. Not freaking happening. Like, and again, it's like he's a relatively new customer. He hasn't really placed that many orders. It's just these people are. And it's not like I wasn't gonna give him a refund. You know, hey, just send me pictures of what's bad, and we'll issue a refund. But then he's complaining that he wants to send it back. And even if he did want a refund, he already got like a $70 or $80 discount. So technically, he already got a refund for any hypothetically damaged or rotten eggs. So I don't know. I'm kind of expecting a chargeback on that, which I'm not gonna be too happy about. So let's touch on the dairy in glass. So I just got my little price sheet here.
Dude, Frank's customer service is fucking awful. Somebody makes a $500 fucking order, and he just tells them to, like, go fuck themselves, basically.
Of what it costs to do glass for this stuff. So basically, we're going to have to add like 25. We'd only have to add like 25 or 50 cents to each of the products, which isn't that big of a deal. You know, if you're paying $8 or $9 for butter, I honestly think most people would rather pay 50 cents more for glass than not. I mean, let me know, guys, because I think it's better for me to just switch over almost everything to glass, like the butter, the yogurt, the cream, pretty much everything besides the milk and kefir. I can easily switch over to glass fairly reasonably because we don't just have to pay for the glass, but we also have to pay for bubble wrap now that it's in glass. That's the main thing. When you put the plastic in the package, you don't have to wrap it in bubble wrap or anything to prevent it from breaking. But now that we have glass, not only is the glass more expensive, but we have to package it, and it's going to take up more space, and it's going to be an issue. So I think we will be switching, as I said, I think I'll switch over to glass for most of the products, but the milk and kefir and sheep milk and stuff, you guys are really going to have to let me know, and we'll do a poll or something, you know, what % of you guys are willing to pay more, because the milk right now is like $3.50 or $4, but if we go glass, it's going to be like $5.50. You know, the milk's going to be at least $1 more, because the regular plastic milk carton I think is 20 cents, but it's going to cost us $1 more to package it in glass and put bubble wrap around it. And also, once we start doing that with glass, we can't really put dry ice with the dairy anymore, because if the milk freezes when it's in glass, it's going to shatter. So I'm not sure if I really want to open up that bucket of worms for the milk and the glass, but if it means, hey look, if it means we get a 20 or 30
One donate $2. This guy is a big fan of you, makes metal album reviews, and his old skits remind me of your old skits.
Look, I don't care if a real drummer sounds better. A drum machine is cheaper, and that's all we need. Oh, hello there, retards and commies. Oops, my bad. Looks like I said commies twice there. My name is Rothbard, and I'm part of the libertarian black metal band called Now, I would say I'm the first of my kind in terms of black metal. We have the libtard black metal bands, we have the authoritative libtard black metal bands, we have the right economic geniuses that have a bit of an ego black metal bands, but we've never had a libertarian black metal band. So that's where I come in. In a few short weeks, our debut demo is going to come out called Taxylvanian Hunger. And let me tell you guys, you will want this demo because the...
Yeah, it's downstairs. What do you mean bowl? Oh, the people bowl? No. It's in the oh, no idea. It's on my desk. Do you want it? Okay, well, come get it.
The early bird special is quite amazing. Now, all black metal bands like to throw in something special for all the first pre-orders. Well, we've gone above and beyond it. For the first 50 pre-orders, it comes with a handgun and it's loaded and ready to go with 100 bullets to show how much you enjoy your freedom in this country. Now, a lot of libtards out there say that I'm a beyond steak, but
Like in a sandwich, and I put teriyaki sauce on it. It's kind of good to add sauce to it or something. On its own, it's...
I don't have any sauce.
Well, I got teriyaki sauce.
I don't like that teriyaki.
Yeah, you do.
It's not
Yeah, you do. You like it.
It's not very good.
Can I touch your bum? Come on. Let me just rub your bum. Come on. Let me just
Thinking
have
of
a
making
cup.
it with rice.
Let me just cup your bum. Come on. Let me just cup. Come on. Yeah. It's a good bum. So soft. It's a good bum. Love you.
Nazi sympathizer, which is totally not the case, alright? I mean, Nazis are all about the 14 sacred words, and it's freaking ridiculous. 14 is a very sacred word to myself. As in year old. As in girls. I'm not a pedophile, it's pedophilia, it's a different thing, let me explain. Now, as the economic genius as I am, as
I'm not getting it, but seems like a nice guy. Thanks for the donation one.
30% increase in dairy sales because you guys are currently buying milk and glass from someone else, then it's probably worth it. But right now, I'm not sure on whether or not we want to switch over to glass for the milk and kefir products. I mean, I personally want to, but I have a feeling it's a bad idea from a logistics perspective. It's going to be harder to transport and ship everything, and if we're not charging that much more for it, we're not making more money, so I don't really know, but at the end of the day, we'd be offering a higher quality product free of plastic to people. So, guys, please let me know if you'll leave a comment, say, hey, I'm currently ordering plastic, we'd be happy to pay more for glass, or like, yeah, I'm currently getting glass from somewhere else, so if you could give me glass, I'd buy from you. So you guys can let me know on that, but we'll read some reviews, I guess. 5-star review for the Frankie's Liquid Gold Steak Sauce. Very delicious. Perfect size and flavor, definitely buying it. Yeah, unfortunately, for plain steak, you're not going to want to put that in the... That's new and that's coming. Yeah, guys, so to sum things up, we have a pretty significant amount of things going on. I guess what's pretty big is the chicken's back in stock. You guys have been waiting like...
Are we done with Frank?
Yeah, we're just about done with Frank. We're gonna react to Raphael's debate next. Thanks for the donation, James. Hunter Toby donated $2. Have you watched the debate yet? No, we're about to. In her description of the video, she says he acknowledges his contradiction by not being vegan, which, if true, would be sick. Yeah, she definitely got him to admit a contradiction, and ran Name the Trade on him. She must have ran Name the Trade. I don't know how else you'd get a contradiction. Yeah, she ran Name the Trade. I was helping her prepare for the debate a little bit a few hours beforehand. It sounds like she did a really good job. But thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby.
Over a month for us to get chicken. So we have that. Let me know if you guys want the fresh chicken. We got the fresh beef in this week as usual. Showed you guys everything. The blood is only $5 a jar if you guys want to buy a lot of that for whatever fertilizer, whatever you want to do with it. What else is in the fridge? We got all the dairy in stock, but guys, let me know if you want glass for the milk and stuff. It'd be hard to do it separately. It'd be hard to do some plastic and some glass, so I'm not sure about that. We showed you guys all the fresh beef shares. If you guys want quarter, half, or whole beef, those are available. Huge sale on the Frankie's Naturals website. If you guys want a discount on the... If you're like in Vermont or... there's some states you can't buy it. It's actually legal, and there's some counties where it's illegal. So you're not... It's going to be listed on there. I mean, you can opioid stimulant, count on the shampoos or any of that stuff. We put most of it on liquidation sale. And maybe we'll do a promotion. Like, you get the Tom's deodorant free with every order. Just give it away, get rid of it. We got the hydroxyvitrogene, the opioid stimulant on the organ supplements. I forgot to say, it's illegal in a few states. So that's going to be listed on the website, and when the product is put up, if you're like in Vermont or there's some states you can't buy it. It's actually legal, and there's some counties where it's illegal. So you're not... It's going to be listed on there. I mean, there's like services like ship it to, or there's services where you could order to different states and then they'll ship it to you if you want for that type of stuff. But you guys will get the free sample pill with the next 200 organ supplements orders. Yeah, so that was mainly a thing, to try to push some business on organ supplements, because that kind of helps supplement the meat business a lot. But we will have hopefully new restocks on organ supplements in 2 or 3 weeks, including a probiotic. So if you guys want to jump on this free promo, shipping isn't that expensive, so it's not.
What an idiot. I hope YouTube takes a look at my report complaint and he gets his ass banned. All right, let's take a look at this debate.
The militant vegan, and I guess Raphael, I guess let me ask you, what is your hope to have with this discussion here? As you know, I'm not a vegan, obviously, and apparently you are. And so what do you hope to achieve today?
Yeah, my hope to achieve with my activism in general is to make people aware of the plight that animals go through, the animal holocaust that is going on, the ethical rights violations in treating animals as objects that we would never do upon humans. We treat animals as if they are simply commodities, and that is not okay. And I would like to awaken you, and especially the people listening to this debate later on, to your contradictory stance in using animals as slaves when you would never do that to humans. I, as an animal rights activist, see veganism as our moral baseline and animal rights as the logical extension to human rights.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, and I certainly understand your point. I think so, and I know there's I can see the perspective for sure. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think all humans aren't vegan? What do you think's going on with that? Why haven't we? I mean, humans have been on the planet arguably, Homo sapiens 200,000 years, humans 3 million years. We've hunted animals. We knew we were killing them the whole time. I mean, it wasn't like it's new. I mean, we've always known we've killed animals. We've always chosen to eat them. We developed agriculture 12,000 years ago. We had the option maybe to go vegan back then, perhaps, and yet we continued to do that. And even today, 97 to 99% of the people.
So Shawn Baker used this argument in his last debate. He was suggesting that because most people aren't vegan, therefore veganism is bad or not practicable or unsustainable or something. Like, again, most people don't exercise. So I guess like exercise is bad for you. A lot of people drink, a lot of people smoke. I guess, smoking must be good for you, right?
In the world still continue to eat meat. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, so you as a doctor know that we are opportunistic omnivores, and we have always been that way. So when times were rough, we have been eating more meat since vegetables and grains couldn't grow as well, and vice versa. And our dietary tract has evolved in a way that we can take nutrition from dead animal bodies and their excretions, but also from plant-based diets. So why isn't the world vegan is asking a question like, why is the world still racist? Why don't all women have rights? It's an evolving and an interference of tradition, of habit, of culture, of...
If Militant Vegan didn't have a boyfriend and if you weren't with Jasmine, would you do a collab on OnlyFans and eat her vegan ass?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I'll eat a good vegan ass. If a cute vegan girl said, hey, do you want to eat my ass? I'm gonna eat the ass. Thanks for the donation, tight pussy.
Fascism. People want to be part of a group. People don't want to reflect what they've done, the mistakes that they have done upon others, and they don't want to be like the mirror of guilty conscience to their friends and family. It's very uncomfortable.
It's called appeal to popular opinion. It's a fallacy.
Yeah, I know. Appeal to popularity or whatever, but Shawn is a very, very simple-minded man, and he has no background whatsoever in philosophy, and he's a terrible debater, so he doesn't really understand what a fallacy is, and he also doesn't understand why there's issues with contradictions. Thanks for that donation, Saxby.
To learn that you have been growing up with a lie, that the whole system...
The Only Path donated $2. I am really medicated at the grocery store shopping for snacks. What are 5 things I should get? Thanks. Oreos are always, a good go-to, especially golden Oreos. I also really like birthday cake Oreos. Those are great. Can never go wrong with potato chips. It's always nice to snack on potato chips. Let's see. Beyond sausages are great. What else? Some fruit, so like a nice big melon, or blackberries, raspberries, blueberries. Those are always fucking great to snack on. And what else? Another good snack. Vegan ice cream. Vegan ice cream's always good. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
I want to play this game so fucking bad.
It's like reverse whack-a-mole. Thanks for the donation, Matt.
Of our society fundamentally stands on animal slavery, and it's weird to realize that you two are petting dogs but shooting cows in the head, even though there is no ethically significant difference between these two groups of animals, and it's nothing else but racism. So it really is a matter of moral awakening that we have to put through the masses to show them that speciesism, so the slavery of animals, is nothing else than the slavery of humans used to be, and therefore the same question I can ask in any other form of moral.
Oh no! Oh no! Look who I got! I got a Finn. Look, there he is. Here he is. There's Finn. See Finn? That's Finn. There he is. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yeah, I know. You get excited. You get excited. Ah! No. Relax. Relax, little baby. Relax. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. He gets excited when he jumps on my lap. He's got to calm down. Yeah, you just calm down. It's okay, little baby. It's okay. Just calm down. Just calm down. It's a good boy. Calm down. No. Relax. Relax. That's a good boy.
Moral success story, moral plight that we've been going through, discrimination. Why have we been using black people as slaves? Why are we now using animals as slaves? Where is the ethically significant difference that you would say, okay, this would probably be wrong, but we still do it with cows? It's a societary mistake that you are taking part in. So I would like to ask you at this point, Shawn, where is the ethically significant difference that allows putting cows in chains and using them as slaves, but not humans?
Okay, well, that's quite a mouth. That's quite a bit there. Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, I know you said racism and you.
How do you respond to people who refuse to name a trait? I was discussing with another vegan who disagrees with your definition of veganism. I asked him to name trait to refuse the extension of human rights onto animals. He said he's not playing that game.
If you refuse to engage with the argument, then the argument's over. So, I mean, you can explain to them, like, unless they have a reason for why name the trait is invalid or it is not a sound argument, like, then make the argument. But if they're going to refuse to name the trait, then they're just being dishonest and they're not willing to actually engage and debate you. So yeah, like you can if they're not going to have a reason to not name the trait, and Finn, relax. If they're not going to have a reason to not name the trait, so if they're not going to claim it's a fallacious argument and they just plain refuse to do it, then you technically win the argument because they're refusing to actually come up with an argument. So yeah, just get them to either admit they don't have an argument or, you know, get them to explain why they believe name the trait is a fallacious argument. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Can Finn come in?
Finn can most certainly come in. Thanks for the donation, Prismo.
I guess you correctly said speciesism, I suppose. Just to be clear, I mean, all races have been enslaved. I mean, there were white slaves, black slaves, Chinese slaves, Japanese
Yes,
slaves.
that's true.
Slavery has not
Yes.
been unique to any particular and perpetrator. I mean, everyone has enslaved everyone, so that's pretty clear.
Yes.
Well, let me just sort of answer your question, perhaps with a question. So, if for instance, well, I mean, do you feel there's any appreciable difference between a human and an animal?
Of course, there's differences, just as there are differences between you and me. You're a strong, heavy man. I am a female, but none of these differences are ethically significant in the question of who I may use as object. We are both people who have the right not to be enslaved. So why doesn't a cow have that right?
Okay, but I mean, ultimately, we're talking about life and death here. So let me just.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, the training is going better than I expected. I just wasn't understanding hypertrophy. Last question I have, do you often end up stuck on a certain weight? Do you just keeping lifting until it becomes easier then try for a higher weight?
Yeah, so sometimes you will kind of hit a plateau where you're stuck at a certain weight. So if you try to add weight, you end up failing the lift. So let's say like right now I'm my last session, I did bench press with 350 pounds for sets of 3. If the next session I added 355 and I couldn't get 3 reps, I only got 2. And then again, week after week, I do 350, 350, and then I try 355 again, I fail. Like, sometimes that does happen, and there's a few reasons for that. One reason might be you're not getting an adequate stimulus from whatever training you're doing to elicit an adaptation. So you might not be training within a close enough proximity to failure. You may not be doing an adequate amount of volume to actually elicit a stimulus. And sometimes it just takes a long time for the actual adaptation to occur. So you might have to lift with that same weight for, weeks and weeks and weeks to actually get the adaptation to occur. Ideally, you don't want to be using the same weight over and over and over again. In order to get the adaptation, you kind of want the adaptation to occur by the time you get to the next session. So if you find yourself plateauing like that, there's a few things you can do to avoid that. One way is, again, to make sure you're doing an adequate amount of volume. So you could try experimenting with doing more total sets. Try training within a closer proximity to failure. You can also try using microplates. So you may actually be adapting to the training, but the adaptation isn't strong enough to add 5 pounds to the lift. Most people will notice this, especially when they're doing overhead pressing. So overhead press is very difficult to progress in. It's just a particularly difficult lift. And if you're making 5-pound jumps on that lift, you'll often see that problem where you can do, sets of 5 with 150 pounds pretty easily, but once you add 5 pounds, you get stuck. You start failing the lift. So if you use microplates, where you just add even single pounds, so 1 pound to the entire bar, you can complete the lift, and then you just go up by 1 pound each session, and then by the end of like an 8-week meso, you'll have added 8 pounds. So that is one way around it. You might also have what is it? What's the technical term? Adaptive resistance. So if you've been doing the same exercise for a very long period of time, or if you've been training with a certain rep range for a very long period of time, you're going to get adaptive resistance where because your body is so used to performing that given lift or that given rep range, it's harder to make an adaptation. So in that case, you might want to switch up the rep range or change out the lift. And if you change the rep range or change the lift, you'll have an easier time getting the adaptation you want. So you'll be able to add weight, add repetitions, and grow muscle or get stronger more easily with a different lift. So if you're trying to progress a certain lift like bench press, like you just want to increase bench and you're not just thinking about hypertrophy, with hypertrophy you can do any given exercise and build muscle. But if your goal is to just get better at a given lift, that has some unique challenges, but you can still use that principle to advance the lift. So if you're stuck benching, let's just say 200 pounds for sets of 5, you can't get up to 205. What you can do is swap out the bench press for a different variation. So let's say it's a Swiss bar bench press or a dumbbell bench press. You might be able to adapt better to that lift and add more weight to that variation. And then when you go back to the standard bench press, the adaptations you've made in the variation will carry over to the bench press, and then you'll be able to progress. Another thing that can happen is if you have been training with a given rep range for a very long time, so let's say you're doing sets of 3 or sets of 5, you're focused primarily on strength, you can only do so much to maximize nervous system adaptations. So you may have to just take a step back from the heavier weights and train in a more hypertrophy rep range and focus on mostly sets of 8 to 12. And once you build enough muscle, you can go back to, the heavy weight training. And with the added muscle mass, you can actually then progress beyond what you were able to do with the sets of 3 or sets of 5. So I hope that helps. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Son Goku donated $2. True or false? Avoiding sunlight is the best way to stay looking young. That is true. Sunlight, UV radiation in particular, is very damaging to your skin, and it will age you faster. So if you can avoid UV exposure by either avoiding sunlight entirely... Okay, you're just too annoying. You can either avoid sunlight entirely or you can use sunscreen. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Just pose this question to you. If you were driving down the highway at a high speed and you just happened to notice that there were two creatures sitting in the road, one's a small child and one is a bunny rabbit, and you have to swerve one way or the other, is there anything that compels you to swerve one way or the other? Are you just blindly whichever way I go is whatever happens? Or would you intently miss the child and kill the rabbit?
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, I would like the audience to know that Shawn has evaded my question of asking for the ethically significant.
Yeah, so a question is not a proposition, and if Raphael is going to ask him to name the trait, and then Shawn asks, okay, well, what would you rather kill, a rabbit or a person, if you were on the road and you had to swerve to avoid one but kill the other? That's not a response to name the trait.
Difference so far, but we still have.
I'm trying to define the difference.
You haven't yet answered that. I will come back to it. I just want to let you know that you have dodged the question so far.
Point taken. I've evaded so far, but I want to get your
I just wanted to hold that.
So he admits he evaded the question. So this is great. This is a very important debate skill to learn. You have to realize when somebody is changing the topic and not answering your questions. So Rafaela asked him a very specific question, name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in human beings would justify killing human beings. He then asks her a question about what life matters more to her personally, a human or a rabbit. That had nothing to do with the original question, and if she were to go down that line of questioning, it would fundamentally change the topic, and she wouldn't get an answer. So it's important to realize when somebody isn't answering a question you have, and to call them out for it, and to ask again.
that for everyone, just so I don't lose the string of thought here. The second part is I will answer this question, but before I answer it, I would like to state that this is a false dichotomy when it comes to discussing veganism, because in my everyday life, I don't have to decide would I rather eat the bunny rabbit or the human baby. I can decide to send neither to the slaughterhouse. So this isn't the question that I'm asking people to decide to rather slaughter the human. I'm asking you, why shouldn't we just not slaughter both? That is the question. However, if I am fair enough, I will engage with this moral experiment. It really depends on the individual. So if, for example, the baby is baby Hitler and the other is an innocent baby rabbit, I would swerve towards baby Hitler and fucking massacre that baby, because that would probably stop him from killing all the Jews and doing the Holocausty stuff, you know? So it depends on the individual. If we have a vegan world, and I know in the hypothetical scenario that you're bringing me here, that this baby will grow up to be the most effective vegan activist, stopping hypocrites like you from slaughtering baby cows, and the bunny is just a bunny in
Dude,
quotes,
Shawn's getting
then I
triggered.
would swerve and kill the bunny. But we can play with all these levers. Have a 99-year-old with cancer, human on one side, and a little dog. And I think even most humans who have never engaged with this line of questioning, with veganism as an ethical stance, would probably save the little dog instead of the 99-year-old who will die the next day from cancer, who isn't even sentient anymore since cancer has eaten up their brain. So, like I said, we can play this game. It depends on the individual. It does not depend on the species, but on the characteristics that come with the individual in this line of questioning. However, like I said,
She has a crazy round ass for how slender she is.
Oh yeah, she does. Wasn't expecting your butt to be that round and bubbly. Pretty nice butt. Yeah, that is a nice badonk. That is a nice bubble butt. Thanks for the donation, Prismo. What's your opinion on the recent Dr. Mike and Menno Henselman video about periodization being overrated? It's something that's very difficult to study, and I don't think it's so easy to say periodization is overrated just because there's some research papers showing there doesn't seem to be any benefit to periodization. Like, it depends on how periodization is applied, and it depends on what you're comparing it to. So it really depends. Somebody may not be periodizing, but they may be using principles in their training that coincide with the principles of periodization. And then it ends up being kind of a wash. Or somebody may be training without periodization, but they're not applying some of the principles of periodization. And then when you compare them to somebody who is periodizing properly, you may see a big difference there. So I wouldn't say periodization is overrated.
this is not the dichotomy that we are facing in everyday life. We don't have to go to the supermarket and decide, will I shoot the cow or will I shoot the human? We don't. Why are you shooting cows if you would never shoot humans? That is the question, which leads us back to the question that you've dodged before. Where's the ethically significant difference between humans and animals that allows holocausting animals but not doing the same thing to humans?
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously in the split second it takes you to swerve, you're not
Okay, so he's not answering the question again, and he's dodging.
Gonna know if it's Hitler or if it's 99 years
Dodge.
old or anything like that. But I mean, so I mean,
she's doing great.
There's some sort of intrinsic gut.
Yeah, so you
belief
dodge.
that
Sure, you're
maybe I should-
dodging. Are you gonna answer,
What's
or
that?
are you dodging, or are you gonna answer?
No, okay. So just restate your question so I can
Yeah.
more
So
ask
where's
what's the base of your question?
ethically significant difference between humans and non-human
Right.
animals that allows enslaving, raping, and holocausting animals, but not humans? Where is the ethically significant difference?
Okay, well, I will say, what is ethically different that I would kill and eat an animal and not a human, right? That's I guess that's the basis. Of
Yeah,
it.
that's the
Right?
question.
That's
Yeah.
where I think humans and animals are different. I think they're
Right.
just completely
Shawn?
different.
That's not the difference. You're just stating the fact that there is a difference, but she's asking for the difference.
Shawn,
different
Shawn,
creatures,
that is
right?
not answering the question what the exact difference is, the ethically significant difference is. Like I said, and I think anybody
Yeah,
who's
but-
watching this video can say, you are a man, you have great broad shoulders, wow, wow, he's wearing a t-shirt with this kind of text, I'm wearing a t-shirt with that, I have funny little ears on my head. We have differences, you and me, right? But we also have similarities, we have stuff in common. Like, if I punch you, you would probably say, ow. If somebody punches me, I would probably say, ow. We don't want to hurt. We both feel the same way. One could metaphorically say, we all bleed the same color. So the reason we give human rights is not because we have exactly the same skin color, you and me, or because we have the same heritage, or we speak the same language, but because we realize that humans and not depending on these characteristics that are obviously not significant, the skin color, the culture, the sex, have a right not to be enslaved. Now, if we give that right, no matter the sex, no matter the...
Is this his thinking face, or is this his annoyed face? I can't tell.
a height, no matter the skin color, why wouldn't we give that right? Just because they are born in a different species, when the trait that is important is if they feel. They feel, right? So where's the ethically significant difference?
How do you know they feel?
Do you have Shawn?
That sort of thing.
We're
Oh boy, he's appealing to solipsism, essentially. It might not be solipsism specifically, but he's essentially making the argument, how can you know another mind? Well, you could say that about people. How do you know black people feel? How do you know that Jews feel? Like, we make a series of inferences where, okay, well, black people have a brain, they have a nervous system, they're part of the same species, they're very genetically similar to me, so yeah, probably they also feel like I do. You can also apply that same line of reasoning to animals. Okay, they have a brain, they have a nervous system, we have a lot of overlapping genetics, so...
Which one would you rather have out of the three?
Let me take a look. Okay. I think I'd prefer this chick over the Asian girl. I think this chick. Thanks for the donation, Prisma.
We're gonna take a breather now, because you're calling into question if animals that you eat feel. I would just before you go on making yourself to a full-on clown, we are making
ethics.
Are you seriously calling into question that the dogs that you have that snuggle up on your lap, that they feel?
No, I'm not asking that they can feel pain or sense things. I mean, all things can, even plants can.
No, plants can. They have no central nervous system.
He's a plants' rights activist now. We're only 10 minutes in, and he's already doing the plants' rights activism bullshit. That's amazing. Also, look at Finn. Oh my god, Finn. Why are you just the cutest dog? You're very annoying, and you can't just settle and sit down, but you're so goddamn cute. Yeah, like... How in the hell are you gonna look at an animal like Finn and say, Finn doesn't feel? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Look at this son of a bitch. He is so goddamn sentient. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a... No. Just relax. Yeah, you're too excited.
Just relax. Just enjoy the lap. That's a good boy.
We have no reason to believe that just because something reacts to stimuli, just like your phone does, Shawn, can therefore have sentience, have desires, have interest. But even if you want to call that into question, if plants feel, that is no reason to put animals into slaughterhouses when you would never do that to humans. Now, please, let's not call into question if your dogs can feel or if the cows that you put in your face hole can feel, because I believe that you know they do. Now, where's the ethically significant difference between a feeling cow and a feeling dog or a feeling human that you might eat the one but not the other?
She's doing great in this debate. Another thing that really makes it clear that you won a debate is just having, control and command over the conversation. And it's just so great how she's the one controlling the narrative and controlling the conversation.
So obviously animals eat other animals, and I'm sure you've been posed this before. And why
he's not answering the question?
Those animals care? Why don't they care?
So you're dodging.
So he's dodging the question again.
The question?
No, I'm just asking.
So you're dodging the question?
I'm very happy to eat animals. I'm very happy.
So
questions are not propositions. He's dodging the question again.
So you're dodging the question, Shawn. We're not gonna. This is not gonna work if you're simply dodging my question. I answered your questions. I went down your hypothetical, even if it made no sense. I answered your false dichotomy. I did. I gave a lot of explanation to that. So now stop dodging the question. You promised me at the beginning that you will not dodge this question. Where is the ethically significant difference between a cow and a human that justifies killing them but not them? Where is the difference?
Where is the difference? Well, animals are clearly different than humans.
Where is the
ethically? A cow is different than a pig.
You are different than me.
What's your opinion on something like Huel replacing 50% of calories while bodybuilding?
You're probably better off eating mostly whole foods. The reason is if you consume something like a nutritional shake like Huel in very high quantities, you can have issues with absorption where you'll piss and shit a lot of it out. It could cause digestive upset, diarrhea, and you might also have issues with satiety where if you're getting most of your calories through some sort of liquid shake, you might not feel full and satiated. So I would generally recommend against that, but if you don't have any issues with things like digestive upset, diarrhea, constipation, and you don't have issues with hunger cravings, then I don't see a problem with it. Thanks for the donation, Fargo Lefty.
Shawn, we are different. Can I eat you just because you're different? A woman is different from a man. A black person is different from a white person. Can I eat black people now?
Well, the difference is significant enough to me personally that I'm comfortable eating them.
Okay, Shawn.
Yeah, so then name the difference.
Shawn, I'm gonna mirror your logic now.
That's ever walked the planet.
Shawn, I'm gonna mirror your logic now. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna be here
Tell me how many humans.
And yeah, I'm gonna say, Shawn, I am eating black people. I am getting them all stuffed into these concentration camps, and I'm taking away their titty milk after putting my arm into their rectum to impregnate them with a rod into her vagina, and then I'm stealing her child from the black woman, and I'm stealing that milk that comes out of those juicy tits, and I'm also taking the eggs from the male black people, and then I'm slicing them up in the Holocaust chambers after gassing them like 40 million pigs alone in Germany every year, or I'm shooting a bolt in their head and I'm gonna eat black people. Would you stop me?
Well, that's illegal.
Would you, Shawn?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, because I.
This is not a legality debate. This is a morality debate. Okay, so you would stop me from eating black people?
Well, I don't know if I would, but I suspect it would be stopped because
You
it's
would
illegal,
at least
right?
okay, you would at least, if you had the choice.
I would support you being stopped doing that.
Okay,
Yes, I would.
awesome.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
now I'm gonna mirror your logic, and I'll ask you
But
how that
again,
feels.
Animals are different than people.
Now
That's the whole point.
but so Shawn, listen up. The black people, for me personally, there's a difference because they have a different color skin, you understand? And that difference for me personally is large enough to justify enslaving and eating them. Does that make much sense in your ears?
With regard from one person eating another person, no, not,
okay.
you know,
No,
I mean, obviously it's happened.
I used your logic. I
I
used your speciesist logic, and I
No, you use racist logic. and
Exactly.
conflate
That's
that with
exactly the
speciesism,
point
right?
that I'm trying to
That's the
make.
point.
Speciesism is racism towards animals. You know, a sexist says, "Oh, it's just a woman," or "It's just a man." It goes in all direction. Racist says, "Oh, it's just a black person," like I just did with your logic. And a speciesist, like Shawn Baker, like you, says, "Oh, it's just a non-human animal." Oh, but we can't eat your dogs, right? No, Shawn wouldn't eat his little woofy woofs. He loves his woofy woofs, but the pig and the cow, bah, they're just fucking slaves. They're different enough
let
for
me, let me put a, hang on. I would eat a dog. I would eat my dog if I was forced to.
But you know, look.
Oh my god. He's not engaging with a line of questioning and argumentation.
This is not a question of if I was forced to. If I was forced to, I would eat you even though you look disgusting. If I was forced to, I would eat black people even though I'm not a racist. But this is not a question. You know, you're opening up
But
a false...
fortunately,
You're
we have
opening
cows we
up...
can eat, so
This
we
is
don't
an
have to eat the
appeal to
dogs,
an emergency situation that you're making right now. We are not in this emergency situation. Nobody's forcing you to go into the supermarket and eat your dog or eat your cow. You are choosing, you're even paying money for a system of slavery and racism, of
This is kind of a it's not terribly relevant to the conversation, and it's probably better to ignore this just for the sake of the point of the debate. But you might want a clarification on what he means by forced to. So, does he mean forced to you have a gun held to your head? Or does he mean forced to like if he's starving to death? Or does he mean forced to like you have absolutely zero agency where you can't even choose to take the gunshot to the head or starve to death? You're literally strapped down to a chair and you're being force-fed. So I don't know what he means by forced, because like, again, presumably you would have a choice to starve to death. You would have a choice to just prefer to be shot. So I don't know what he means by forced.
speciesism. Now, why would you do that to animals but not to humans? And better question yet, why would you only do that to the livestock but not to your little doggos? Where's the ethically significant difference between these groups?
No, I don't think there's an ethical significant difference. I think there's a practicality.
Okay, so he agreed to an ethics debate, and then he's saying there is not an ethical difference. So that's a concession that there is no ethical justification to treat them differently.
Ethical question!
Are you, hang on, Raphael, let me answer, because you're no one can hear. I mean, it doesn't do.
Her logic is sound, but she's too excited. She needs to mirror him to get through to people like him.
I think she is getting a little too amped up, and she needs to turn her energy down just a notch. But she, like, what matters is that she's making a good point and a good argument, and he's not. So regardless, like, yeah, you should maybe consider how you're seen optically in a situation like this, and it might be good to turn the energy down just a little bit. But, yeah, like, she's absolutely destroying him in this debate. That's what actually matters. Thanks for the donation, Saxby. Ah! No, Finn. Why do you keep lemming me? You don't have to taste my face. I love you too. I love you too. I just don't want you tasting my face. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy, Finn. I love you. Aww. This is a special dog. You're special, Finn. My God, just look at this little guy. Look at him.
That's a special boy. Yeah, you're special and I love you. Hmm? Could never eat you, Finn. You're a friend. You're not food. I'm not going to eat you. Just gonna give you rubs and cuddles. That's it. I love you so much.
Doing good if we shout over each other. So I think that the reason I don't eat my dog is, well, I like my dog and he's useful. He has a use to me outside of a food use. He's a companion. He's alerts things. I mean, you think about it. Why did humans adopt animals as?
So this is literally a right makes right argument. Either he's gonna have to concede that what he's doing is wrong, but he does it just because he doesn't care, or he's gonna have to come up with some other sort of argument to justify this.
Dogs as companion animals, they helped us to hunt for one. They're very, very good at hunting. That's why we had a symbiotic relationship with dogs. So there's that. Well, let me further finish the point. So dogs, in many ways, are not ideally suited for producing meat, right? I mean,
That's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. Just look at the Yulin Dog Festival. And by the way, it's not just China that eats dogs. China, Korea, Philippines, and I think there's a few other places where they eat dogs. So that is not true at all.
Better choices. They don't grow as fast. They don't provide as much meat. It may not taste as well. Although I've heard some people say dog is actually
delirious.
Really good.
That's delirious.
No, it's the truth. That's the realities of agriculture.
Well, no. Well, they have so many dogs. I mean, you probably have heard of the dog meat festival. So a big room of Asia and even in Switzerland would beg to differ on the question if dogs are meaty or not. And I guess the usual dog has more.
Do they eat dogs in Switzerland? Let me see.
You already hear about this. An unrelated topic: I microwaved 2 poop logs I stole from a baby's diaper and it was the tastiest poop ever. Share the poop with Jasmine and then raw dog that Belgian butthole.
In mainland China, that's really weird. Commercial slaughter is illegal. Slaughter for own use legal. Whoa, you can actually kill and eat your pet dogs in fucking Switzerland. What the fuck? That is bizarre. I didn't know that. And apparently consumption of dog meat is legal in the United Kingdom? What the fuck? Slaughter and sale legal. 2018 attempt to ban them with exemptions for Native American religious ceremonies failed. It's even technically legal in the United States. What the fuck? That is insane. How the fuck? Let me see microwave poop.
All right, guys. So Nick Fuentes had.
Nick accidentally streamed gay porn on his stream. I hate Kyle Klinsky and he copyright claims my fucking streams, so.
Okay.
Well, we all know Nick is gay and he watches gay porn, so it's not surprising. Thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
I mean, there's people that eat guinea pigs and rabbits and things like that.
Anyways,
yes, that's fine. And there's people that eat crabs, and there's people that eat shellfish, and there's people that eat all kinds of things.
Dear Sean, you will not derail me here. So you said for the name the trait argument, name the ethically significant trait where you're not eating your dogs, but you are eating cows and other animals. You said because you like them and they're useful. Now I, mirroring your logic once again, say, I don't like you, Shawn. I don't like your whole family. I don't like all these people, and they're not useful for me. Might as well put them in a slaughterhouse and butcher them up. Is that okay for you?
Well, would it be okay? I mean, you can try.
Would that be okay? Yes or no?
He literally said it would be okay for her to butcher his whole family. Like.
That'd be okay? Yes or no?
Not for me. No.
Okay, so you have a contradiction, right? You have a contradiction here, right?
Did you ask a dog and ask them what they thought about that?
Shawn, do you realize that you have a contradiction here? If you say that the trait that allows you to eat other animals because they're not likable by you and they're not useful to you, and I take that trait away from other beings, like humans, for example, that would allow me, mirroring your logic, to eat and enslave these beings, these human beings, because I don't like them and they're not, and you said no. So you have a contradiction here. You realize that?
I draw the line in human species, right?
But you have, okay,
it's like if you're
but
human,
you
you're
realize
The problem is that it's a contradiction. He hasn't named a trait and he's acknowledged a contradiction.
You're human, you're good. I'm not going to eat you outside.
Shawn, that is a new trait. A new trait has
Apocalyptic.
entered the chat. Welcome, new trait. It's the human species trait. Okay, so first of all, we can together realize now, and the audience too, that liking and usefulness is not an ethically significant difference to eat the one but not the other. I think we have
Who
all...
says that? Who says that? Why, I
You
don't
yourself have
disagree. I
just
think that's
now
a very
said...
appropriate-
You yourself have just
I think
now...
it's a very appropriate
Yeah.
thing for an animal.
Yeah.
For animals.
You
Humans are
yourself...
different. So humans are a different species. That's the species I am. I am morally and ethically against eating humans. I am not morally and ethically against eating animals. It's clear as that.
right. I know. That's
as
Shawn.
are the vast
Shawn,
majority of humans that ever walked this planet.
That's obvious.
Shawn, that is the reason why we're here. I don't know if you have noticed, but that is the whole question of the debate that you just phrased in a sentence. Why you would eat the one but not the other. So yes, I realize that you're against eating humans, but for eating animals, for some at least. We know that already, but never mind. You can catch up a bit later. So we have together realized that liking and usefulness alone is not an ethically significant trait to eat the one but not the other.
Who says?
Because
Who says?
you
said.
have run into a contradiction because you wouldn't
He's not tracking. He's not tracking this at all. She's asking for him to name a trait or set of traits that justifies killing one but not the other. He just said, well, practicality, usefulness, whether I like them, that's the trait. So if that's the trait, then he would have to concede that if somebody didn't like him and didn't find him useful, it would be okay to kill him. But then he said, no, it wouldn't be. So that's a contradiction. So he's going to have to name a different set of traits.
allow me to eat humans that I don't like and are not useful to me. You
No,
said
you're
no.
asking me why I would eat a cow and not a dog.
Yeah,
Humans
exactly.
are a different story. I mean, it's totally different. I can.
But that
in
was your
my
ethically
mind-
significant difference between pets and humans. So, sorry, pets and livestock. So that would have to apply to humans too.
Right.
Okay, so
No,
I
no,
can
it
ask
wouldn't
you
have
the
to.
bigger
Wouldn't have
picture
to.
again. The bigger
Humans are
picture.
unique. Humans are unique.
Okay.
Right?
How are
we
they?
alone can rationalize, right? That we are.
Not all humans.
That's why you accept that a lion eats a zebra. You're okay with that.
I'm
because
not okay
the
with
lion
that.
doesn't have enough conscious.
No, I'm
compassion
not
to do
okay.
That.
I'm not okay
Humans
with that.
do, right?
Yeah. So
You're not okay,
okay.
with lions eating zebras?
No, but you had
You're-
this exact
wait,
same
wait, wait.
discussion.
You're
You
not,
had this
you're not
exact
okay
same
with a lion
discussion.
eating a zebra?
She just said no. Why is he asking over and over again?
I would stop the lion from eating the zebra if I could.
How would
But,
you do that?
Yeah.
How
That
would
is
you
not
do
the
that?
question. This is a moral.
How would you
this
stop
is a
a lion
moral
from eating a
debate. I
zebra?
cannot.
With a gun, presumably?
But I would if I could. But right now, I can stop this
wait.
lion in front of the microphone
No,
from
you can't.
murdering
You can't
cows.
stop me.
So
You can't stop
because
me.
you're a dogmatic who doesn't listen to rational arguments, which comes
No,
back
I'm
to
a
you
human
said
being. This is what
humans
humans
can
do. This is what
rationalize,
humans have
so
done
it's
since the
not
beginning
okay
of-
to eat
beginning of time.
humans, but it is okay to eat animals. Now, if your ethically significant difference between humans and other animals is because humans can think rationally, then I could be eating you because you can't think rationally. Now, may I send all other people like you who can think rationally into the slaughterhouse and eat you?
Go ahead and try. You can try.
Can
You're not gonna
I
be
or can I
successful.
not? Could you stop answering like a stubborn 12-year-old? Can I or can I not send non-rational human beings into the slaughterhouse?
No, you cannot.
Okay, now you have a contradiction because you said the ethically significant
No, I didn't
difference
have a
why you would
contradiction.
spare
Animals
humans,
are animals,
but
humans
not
are
animals
humans.
is because we
It's
can think
clear as day.
rationally, but the animals can't. So I might as well kill humans who can't think rationally. You said not, so you have a contradiction here. Do you realize your contradiction?
So what do you think?
Do
you're
you
gonna
realize your contradiction? Yes or no, Shawn?
No, the contradiction is in two different realms. It is the difference between an animal and human. I think it's significant enough to warrant not eating humans.
And I'm asking you for the millionth time in the last 20 minutes, where's the ethical...
Dude, he is so dumb. So dumb. He is not tracking this conversation at all. If you give an answer to name the trait, it would therefore have to be applied to a human being if that's your answer.
Significant difference. So far, you've said liking and usefulness, sparing your dog at least, and the second thing was that humans can rationalize, but animals can't. Now you have run into a contradiction here too. So you realize that you cannot hold the position of sending animals to slaughter. Okay. Where is the ethically significant difference that justifies enslaving, raping, and holocausting
animals? The difference is that I believe
humans?
that humans are significant enoughly different from animals.
Shawn, I know.
Shawn's line of reasoning for why he wouldn't eat his pet dog because he likes them and they are useful is probably the same line of reasoning slave owners used to justify slavery. I like black people and they provide so much value to my farm. Lol, fucking insane.
Well, the I like black people part would kind of be removed from that, but like in terms of preference and usefulness, yeah, this could be used to justify slavery. Well, you know, black people are useful to me, so I'm going to enslave them. Like that's their use for me. So it's like again, and he doesn't see the problem with his rationalizations. And every time Rafaela brings up the fact that his line of reasoning would lead to this outcome, then Shawn says, well, I don't like that outcome. But that's the outcome from your line of reasoning. And then he won't recognize that that's a contradiction in his beliefs. And then he won't change his beliefs. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
I know, right. That's why I'm here, but you have to tell me what the ethically significant difference is. What is it? Name it. Tell me.
There is an ethical difference between killing a human and an animal. That's
right. So
different.
Where's the ethically significant difference that justifies killing and eating the one but not the other? That's the question.
Okay, one is an animal, one is a human.
Right. So that's a circular definition.
That's
so the trait could be human. He would have to define human because it sounds to me like that's what he mean. Like that's what he's. He probably doesn't mean it like that, but like again, he's naming the trait as being human.
That's a circular definition.
That is my definition.
Let me once again mirror your logic to help you understand what you're saying right now. The way you use logic here.
No, I know what I'm saying.
You're asking me, Rafaela. You're asking me, Rafaela, why don't black people get to vote in your country? And I say, well, because they're black people. And then you ask me, okay, but why are white people allowed to vote but not black people? And I say, well, because there's an ethically significant difference between white people and...
Yeah, let me see if I can formalize his argument in a syllogism, because it's kind of retarded and like, well, it's not just kind of retarded, it is retarded. So black people have black skin. Yeah, that would be P1. P2, black-skinned people. Yeah, black-skinned people are less valuable than white people. Q, therefore, black people should not be allowed to vote. That's basically Shawn Baker's argument.
And black people. The one are white, the other are black. Would you think that that's a sufficient answer? Or would you think, Rafaela, you didn't answer the fucking question, you fucking racist?
No, I think that all humans deserve basically the same
Shawn?
the same level of consideration, right?
Shawn, that was not
Animals
the
and humans are
question.
different.
Shawn, that was not
You
the
get
question. I asked you if me
You're
focusing...
trying to anthropomorphize animals, right? You're trying to turn
Shawn?
animals into humans. They're
Yeah, and
not.
you're turning them...
Yeah, so again, Shawn would basically be, or Rafaela would be disagreeing with P2. Black-skinned people are less valuable than white people. So if you ask them, but why are they less valuable than white people? And then you just say, because they have black skin. Like I don't know where you go from there. That's not really an explanation of why people with black skin are less valuable. You would have to name like some sort of morally significant difference.
them into fucking hamburgers, so yeah.
You're wearing cow
You-
ears on your head like you think you're a cow. You're
Yeah,
not an
and
animal.
you think you're a
animals
doctor
are not
just
humans.
because somebody gave you a medical degree. So why
Well,
do you think that your logic works when, or doesn't work when I'm applying it to the realm of skin color, right? Species wasn't even a matter of question here. I was putting in the skin color using exactly your logic, and you see that this is a circular answer, circular definition. I'm asking you for a ethically significant difference between two groups, group A and group B, and you're saying because A is A and B is B. That is not giving an answer. Black people don't get to vote because they're black is not a sufficient logical, it doesn't work. Do you understand that?
So obviously, my view is not, whatever my answer isn't sufficient for.
But do you understand what a circular definition, a circular answer here is? Do you understand that logical fallacy?
Well, you're trying to make a hypothetical situation as if.
So here's the problem. If we were to, so this could work for animals or black people, but we'll stick with black people. If the argument is black people have black skin. Part 2, black skin people are less valuable than white people. Therefore, black people are less valuable. That is question begging. So basically what he's doing is he is making an argument where the premises assume the truthfulness of the conclusion. So it's question begging. So it doesn't make any logical sense.
Humans and animals were the same thing.
So are you dodging the question if you understood that? Now, I'm just gonna have to think that you are illiterate when it comes to the term of circular definition. You don't understand that, right?
I understand circular logic, but what
the actual logical problem that he's making is question begging.
I will tell you, this is
so you understand that this circular logic, when it comes to thinking about racism, wouldn't work. So why would it work when it comes to speciesism? It doesn't. You see, this is a fallacy.
Humans and animals are.
If you talk to her again, you should help her with one. When people say human as a trait X, what if Asians turned out to not have human DNA? And 2, how to formalize the contradiction into P and not P?
Isaac would probably be much better at teaching her some of the formal logic stuff. He would do a much better job with that. I'll try to get Isaac in contact with Rafaela for that. The problem is Shawn Baker wasn't technically naming human as the trait. What he really ended up doing was just question begging. So he didn't name human as the trait. If he named human, like being part of the genus Homo, as the trait, then you could go down that line of questioning, but he didn't name the trait as human specifically. Thanks for the donation though, Hunter Toby.
They're different.
Okay,
enough
now once
for-
again,
for-
okay,
for the
let's
vast majority of
just
humans that have
say
ever
let's
walked
just
the
say you
planet, right?
conceded that a circular definition doesn't work, and you're in fact just dodging the question and making yourself look like a clown. But whatever. Great having a doctor who answers questions of ethical value where it comes to life and death and holocausting with a circular definition. Good on you, Shawn. Congratulations for that. So
let me ask you. Hang on, Raphael. Can I ask you a question? You say
we're not finished here.
Your name is.
It wouldn't be a circular definition. It would be using circular reasoning.
The militant vegan.
Yeah, we're not finished here. Yeah, I would rather spare you the embarrassment of ad hominem me now. So the speciesism part, let's go and say that, okay, they're so different because they have a different species. Is that what you want to say?
Yeah, I mean that's one thing you could use. Yeah,
Okay,
certainly
let's say I have a little gadget here, and it's my DNA-o-meter.
Yeah, so so now he's naming species as the trait. So P1, humans are part of the, depends on how he's defining species, but let's say genus Homo. P2, being part of the genus Homo grants moral value. Therefore, humans have moral value. So that's his argument right now. Fuck Nazis, donate $2. Why are Nazis so bold nowadays? Read the comments. By the way, have you heard of Adam Green? He thinks Jesus was a Jewish psyop. Debate him. I'm not going to bother debating that fucking idiot. I don't know if I've heard of Adam Green's specifically, but I have heard of that argument. When half of Donkey Kong Congress have dual citizenship with Dreamland. When you pass a law making it illegal to notice Dreamland and Kirbish behavior. Can't believe Kirby had secret tunnels underneath Deddy's castle. No, Kirby, don't airstrike the vehicle bringing food to the starving Waddle Dees. The fuck is... What? Why are these comments on a fucking Kirby theme song video? Let me see. I think I've seen this before.
Edom represent today and what will happen to them in the end times.
Oh, so that's really easy. So Edom
The Usa-Jacob dichotomy is the giveaway that Christianity was created to theologically conquer Rome, Edom. It's full-spectrum Judeo-Christian Mashiach, Yahweh, Satan dominance. We've been in the Judaic Abrahamic matrix for 2,000 years. I don't care about debating these fucking crazy whack jobs, dude. Like, I just don't see the point of the debate. He's a crazy, delusional whack job. Debating him will not convince his fan base, and it will only spread his message. So either people who are already not crazy, delusional anti-Semites will just say, okay, that guy's a crazy, delusional anti-Semite. Or crazy idiots will see that and then convert to this bullshit. So I just don't see a win here. Thanks for the donation, though. Fuck Nazis.
Okay, this is a DNA-o-meter. So I'm gonna use it here now, and it goes beep, and it says, oh my god, shit, Raffaella isn't actually a human, she's a reptiloid alien being. I didn't know. You didn't know. Fuck, I'm not a human, it says here. Can you send me to the slaughterhouse now?
I don't think you're a
Can you send me to the... Can you please not dodge?
Right?
It's so embarrassing, Shawn, please. Well, can you send me to the slaughterhouse now?
You mean because you made up some silly story about you being a reptile?
Can you send...
Oh my god.
Draw an extremely vivid and realistic picture of an asshole with at least a few inches of a turd being squeezed out of it. I want to see the arms of the starfish butthole, the little lines. I want to see the tiny cracks in the poop and bits of corn. Do it.
Okay, I can try doing that for you. Let me see. Actually, let me see a picture of a butthole. Buttholes are really hard to draw. Okay. Damn it. Fuck.
Get on the ground and turn into a sandwich, Blackie. You are adequately different by being black, even though not being black has nothing to do with the reason I deserve not to be a sandwich. You are going to be delicious as fuck.
I don't think I will consent to that, but thanks for the donation, Oat Goat.
Just we thought intersectionals couldn't get more cringe. They're demanding organizers in Tel Aviv to either stand against genocide or they can't tell the National Animal Rights March.
Let me see this.
Questo è un appello a tutti i collettivi, le attiviste, le organizzazioni che si schierano contro il genocidio in Palestina, in particolare per le organizzazioni vegane e antispeciste. NARD è l'acronimo di National Animal Rights Day, un evento internazionale organizzato dalla collaborazione delle più grandi associazioni per i diritti degli animali al mondo, per commemorare i miliardi di animali che...
Animal rights has nothing to do with ongoing political issues. So I don't know why you would exclude people from a certain political class just because they disagree with your like your views on human politics. You'd want them to be allies for the animals.
Ogni anno sono vittime del sistema specista. Anche quest'anno tra le 150 città in cui verrà organizzato il NARD c'è Tel Aviv, capitale di Israele. Come attivista vegana e antispecista abbiamo inviato...
What do you if they bite the bullet and say something like they would eat people or some other edgelord answer? Do you call them a liar? I feel like pointing out that doesn't work cause they'll just keep lying.
Well, you can... You can call them out for lying. they may not be. It just depends on the way they give the answer. So when Destiny says something like that, depending on the context, I would call him out for lying. If somebody else gives that answer, and they're being honest, Destiny has given that answer and I've called him out for lying. And other times I haven't because he seemed more serious. So it just entirely depends on who you're debating. You can kind of read the way they've given the answer, and based on that, you can either call them out for lying, not being serious, but if they are being serious, again, you can just... all you can really do is just point out that their line of reasoning leads to crazy situations where it'd be okay to, Holocaust individuals. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
inviato una lettera al NARD per chiedere di prendere una posizione chiara e ufficiale contro il genocidio che sta avvenendo nei confronti del popolo palestinese, chiedendo pubblicamente un cessate il fuoco a Gaza. L'organizzazione ci ha risposto che non intende prendere una posizione pubblica e che permettere a tutti i paesi del mondo di partecipare è per loro una presa di posizione di pace. Secondo loro il NARD è una giornata per i diritti degli animali non umani.
Yeah, these people are retarded. This was going on well before the operations in Gaza, where there was a bit of a clash in the animal rights community over Zionism. So that's been going on for quite a while. These people are just fucking stupid. And they're toxic as fuck. I hate how there's these animal rights activists who try to force people to adopt an anti-Zionist stance for no fucking reason when it has nothing to fucking do with animal rights. There are these intersectional fucking assholes who just try to force themselves into all of these political issues and then weed anybody out who doesn't agree with their political opinion. It's fucking annoying as shit. Let me see. Actually, no. I'll just stick to the... I'll stick to the sketching thing. Actually, maybe I'll use the inking brush for the lighter colors. I don't know, this is like my first time drawing a butthole. Might have made sense to draw the butthole pink. I was thinking in black and white. Let's see. It's probably too dark.
These people don't even know what Zionism mean. Have these people even Googled the definition? Nothing racist or bigotry about it.
Yeah, they don't. I think they come with the opinion that Zionists are colonizers, so by definition it's bigoted, some stupid bullshit like that. Well, anyway, there's my butthole drawing with a turd getting squeezed out. Thanks for the donation, dude. Let me see. Vice Bad. Why so many white supremacists are into veganism? Yeah, I heard about that stupid shit. I don't know where the fuck they got that idea. I know of two white nationalists who are vegan. One was this guy who went fucking insane who just had like a vlog channel. The other is John Rose, who's this fucking crazy Holocaust denier Nazi. But where the fuck are they getting this idea that why are so many white supremacists into veganism? What the fuck are they talking about?
Let's go to McDonald's over here, see what kind of Zionism they're doing in there. Ugh, smells like processed Zionism. Ugh. You do know that they support Israel bombing Palestinians in here, right? Are you aware of that? You don't know that? Okay, well, hopefully you know now, my friend. Look, I'm not going to say that people were bad or anything. I think that most people are just ignorant. I don't think they know. Did you know Israel are supporting a genocide and McDonald's is supporting it? Did you know that? Okay. Israel, muy malo. Israel.
Of all things to boycott McDonald's for, he's concerned about a genocide being committed in Israel, but not the animal genocide that's being committed at the McDonald's.
Malo, Palestinian bueno, and Israel doing genocido on Palestinian. And McDonald's.
This guy's a clout chasing dipshit. Sam Shamoon.
Just because submitting to God is something that was natural to you.
Okay, I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Timmy.
Send me to the slaughterhouse now, Shawn.
All right, let me ask you a question.
You asked me, I could say, oh my God, it's such a silly hypothetical. You put a bunny on the street and a baby. That doesn't ever happen. It's so silly.
Let me ask you a question.
Why is that grown man asking me such silly questions? Should I have done that? Would that have been very intellectually honest when you're testing for...
Yeah, so if Sean Baker is going to deny Rafaela, like, the use of hypotheticals, oh, you can't use the hypotheticals because they're ridiculous. But then he's talking about a hypothetical where a baby is on the road and a bunny rabbit is on the road and you have to swerve to avoid either one. Well, you could just say that's silly. When's a baby going to be on a highway? When are you ever going to have the option between swerving to hit one and the other when you could just swerve to avoid both or just use your brake? Like, he's such a dishonest jackass.
Cat Daddy is back. Where's that dirty whore Christy? Haven't smelled the stench of her hole in a while. Hopefully she fell off a cliff or into a well. Anyway, I just wanted to say you are all welcome to suck my little kitty cock. Smell you later, turds.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Cat Daddy. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Was John Rose the one that Fully Raw Christina had on her page and told her followers to subscribe to him? Is Christina a Holocaust denier herself?
Yeah, she probably is. So John Rose has stated that as soon as she met Fully Raw Christina, he was telling her about his Nazism and Holocaust denialism bullshit. Fully Raw Christina completely denied that, but I don't see any reason for John Rose to lie, for one thing. And I also know they're very, very close. They were very close. You can just see the way they talk about each other. So there's no way Fully Raw Christina wouldn't have known this about John Rose, considering he talks about this all the time. He's posted many videos about this shit on his YouTube channel. And he's also stated, like, I've talked to Fully Raw Christina about this, like, as soon as we met. So chances are Fully Raw Christina
is or at least was a Holocaust denier. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. LARPer donated $2. What kind of LARP is this? Following contains graphic images. Let me just make sure.
Blessed are you, O Lord, teach me your statutes. The choir of the saints has found the
Yeah, I'm not showing that on stream.
fountain of life and the door of paradise. May I also find the way.
The red cross symbolizes martyrdom.
You who did fashion me of old out of nothingness, turn me again of your scars of
Yeah, I wouldn't say any of that is LARPing. That is, some of that seemed like terrorist militia. Thanks for the donation, LARPer.
For lodging in a debate? No. If you engage into hypotheticals and I answer them for you, then I beg you, Shawn, use your fucking brain. Use a bit.
Like, again, Shawn has no epistemic standards, so he will, he'll ask Rafaela a hypothetical that you can point out as ridiculous. But then when Rafaela asks Shawn a hypothetical question, he'll just say, oh, well, that hypothetical is ridiculous. I'm not going to answer that. So he's just dishonest. He contradicts himself constantly, and he has no way of justifying his beliefs.
Bit of your intellectual capacity here. Now, I'm beep, not a human being. I'm a reptiloid alien. Can you send me to the slaughterhouse?
Forgot my namification, donated $2. What about randos in public debates? For example, me, I see a contradiction, them, I don't care. Me, I think you should. I think you should, them, well, I don't. Well, then you can ask them if they have that epistemic standard when they're arguing with anybody else. So when they see, like, unjust laws being passed, say, like the banning of certain drugs, but the allowance of alcohol, do they hold that epistemic standard universally? So they don't care about, if they don't care about logic, then they'd have no problem with unjustifiable laws like that being passed. So you can point out, like, you can point out that they're lying about this. They do care about logical contradictions. They do have epistemic standards. But again, if they're just going to say, I don't care, see you later, like, there's nothing you can really do. If somebody's going to be dishonest, then they're just going to be dishonest. But what you can do is just prove that they're being dishonest. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. I gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back. PP completed.
slaughterhouse? Yes or no?
So.
Yes or no?
Yelling
Yes
and
or no?
obscenities
Yes or no?
and being
Yes
loud
or
and
no?
screaming.
He's still not answering the fucking question.
Yes or no?
Probably not
Yes or
Like, by the way, when Shawn refuses to answer a single question, keeps dodging, keeps trying to change the topic, and like won't answer, how does he expect somebody to act? Obviously they're going to get frustrated. Obviously they're going to raise their voice and ask him over and over and over again. Like, and then like when he acts in a way that creates this sort of behavior, he's like, okay, well, this is inappropriate. Like, fuck you.
no? Yes or no? Yes or no, Shawn?
Here's what I would ask you. Okay.
Yes
so
or
let me
no?
just- let me
Yes
just
or
go
no?
beyond this.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Shawn, please. It's embarrassing. You know, criticizing, tone policing. Oh my God, she's yelling and obscene, blah blah blah. You're literally not engaging in the dialogue. That is embarrassing. Why are you not answering
dialogue,
the question?
It's screeching. It's
Okay.
screeching. It's not dialogues.
Beep.
Okay.
Francie
Okay.
Lloyd,
Look.
I will quit this.
you
I will
can't
quit this.
turn
I will
yourself
quit
into
this debate. I will
reptilian
quit this.
alien.
I will quit this debate if you're not answering my question. And it's just intellectually dishonest. It just shows that you're running. You've already had three contradictions, one circular definition, mirroring your logic that would also have led and did lead to a contradiction. Now we're at the point of species. Now I'm testing for DNA. I've asked you the question. This was the ethically significant trait that you brought forward in defense of your Holocaust, your fucking slavery of animals. Now be so kind as to answer this question. Would you send me to the slaughterhouse if I were an alien, not a human? Yes or no?
I don't know. You know, that's an interesting question. If you were an actual alien from outer
Would
space,
it be
or something
okay
like
if
that,
I were a
that would be-
human, not a
that
human?
Would be, I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that. If it were truly true, if you were actually an alien,
let's say it's
okay?
truly true. What would you base your thought process on when it comes to saying if Raffaella here is food for the masses, or if you can put my arm in your face hole? What would you depend that question on?
Okay, so I guess I'll play along with this sort of
Awesome,
hypothetical.
great, Shawn.
All right. So if you were an alien, maybe you were an advanced race and you had something valuable for the human species, maybe you could help us to solve new problems.
No, I don't. I just look great in cow horns. That's all.
So you're saying you're not a human and you are like, let's say you're like an alien amoeba or a slug from another
No,
planet.
I'm just me. I'm just here. Look. Alien.
So you can
alien.
talk and you can talk to me and we can have a conversation, though, right?
Where I'm just me.
Okay,
I'm just an alien.
Okay. Well, if you present as you do, and you can talk and you can have a somewhat rational discussion, I put the quotes around somewhat.
Yeah. Back to you.
Then I probably would be disinclined to want to eat you, right?
Okay, so he's changed his argument. So P1. So this isn't just being part of the genus Homo. This has nothing to do with the genus Homo. So now his argument is, not even, it's not even technically language. It would be P1, the ability to have a conversation. So let's say, let's say, the ability to have a conversation grants moral value. P2, certain species, including humans and some aliens, have the ability to have a conversation. My fucking keyboard is... I think my keyboard's dying. God damn it. Therefore, humans and those alien species have moral value. So now that's his argument, that the ability to have a conversation is what grants moral value.
Based on what you're able to do right now.
So would it be wrong if somebody? What would it be?
Even though your DNA is slightly different or alien,
Awesome.
and you are able to do the things
Great.
you can do that appear very human,
Yeah.
that I would be disinclined to eat you.
Awesome.
right?
So would it be
Okay.
right if somebody else tried to eat me? Would you defend me, or would it be okay if somebody else said, I
No,
want to have an alien burger?
I would probably. Well, I mean, yeah. Even though, yeah, I would probably.
By the way, this contradicts his stance in a previous debate he had with James Aspie and Nick Nutrivore, where he said he would kill cows even if they could speak human. Like they could talk to him in English. So I don't know, maybe he wasn't taking the conversation seriously then, or maybe he changed his opinion.
Probably, if someone were to attack you in front of me, I would try to defend you. I would.
Awesome. Great applause.
right.
Shawn Baker is not a psychopath. Thank you so much for not biting this bullet. However,
thanks
it
for
does run you
confirming
into a
that.
little bit of a contradictory problem.
Yeah, so unless this is a conjunction of traits, he would have to be okay with killing human beings that can't speak English.
Here because you said that the species difference is what matters. So since I am not of the human species, Homo sapiens sapiens, that would, following your logic and the elements that you said until now, that the species is the relevant factor, allow other people and you to holocaust me. But you said no, so that's a contradiction. It's a kindness. Thank you so much for defending me and my alien people. But why the cow? The cow suffers just like me. The cow can maybe not rationalize as much, but maybe the cow can rationalize about as much as you. So why would you eat the cow but not me? We can both.
Yeah, she might have made a bit of a mistake here. The reductio to go down would be the ability to have a conversation or communicate. So that would mean Shawn would be okay with holocausting mentally disabled people who have no ability to have a conversation or communicate. Unless he's making a conjunction of traits, which would be P1 being part of the genus Homo, or having the ability to have a conversation grants moral value. P2, human beings are part of the genus Homo, and some other species have the ability to have a conversation. Therefore, humans and species that can have a conversation have moral value. So then the reductio there would be, he would be fine with killing an intelligent alien species that happens to have, like, mentally disabled children that can't communicate. Soy Boy John donated $2. Your top 5 animal rights debaters / outreachers. Let's see. That vegan teacher, Rafaela, Lifting Vegan Logic, Ask Yourself, Dr. Avi. Those are the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. There's probably a few others. Thanks for the donation, Soy Boy John.
Suffer, we're both kind of alien, we're both different. It's a contradictory thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've been going on this point for quite a long time here.
I'm just waiting for when Shawn decides to go back to his therapist's podcast Joe Rogan to whine and complain how she was so vicious and militant to him. Lol, just wait for amount of exposure that she will get once she is on one of the biggest podcasts in the world. Smile.
Yeah, hopefully Shawn Baker goes back on the Joe Rogan Experience and talks about her, and then more people see this debate. That'd be pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
But I mean, the basic line is a cow is significantly different.
So I don't think she pointed out a contradiction. So either Shawn Baker changed his position to the trait being the ability to have a conversation, or it could be a conjunction of traits. He didn't really clarify. His position could also be being part of the genus Homo or having the ability to have a conversation grants moral value. So if it's the first trait, the ability to have a conversation, that would disqualify mentally disabled people from having moral value. If it's the conjunction of traits, being part of the genus Homo or the ability to have a conversation grants moral value, then he would be okay with holocausting people, so like who aren't part of the human species that have like mentally disabled children. So like he could then like make an argument from species normality. Well, the parents are intelligent and the species is mostly intelligent. Then you can just run the reductio. Okay, what if 51% of the species was mentally disabled? Or if he's going to say, well, it would cause pain or mental disturbance to the intelligent part of the species, well, then you could use that argument against killing animals right now, because humans are intelligent and it gives us, mental problems seeing animals harmed.
Enough from me that I am comfortable eating it. And that's my justification.
Okay,
now, you may say it's morally wrong or ethically wrong. That's fine. That's your opinion. We're all entitled to opinions, right?
Shawn, violence is not an opinion, and violence needs a justification. If a racism comes up and says the black man is so different from me, I can't see myself in them, just like you can't see yourself in a cow. I get that. You can probably see yourself like in a pit bull or whatever. Then that's the same logic. Just because I'm thinking that they're so alien to me, to use that word, that's not a justification to slaughter them if they can still suffer. I'm an alien. I present as a human. Let's say I stand up and suddenly I have like all these squiggly legs and I have tentacles all over the floor. I wouldn't be very much like you and the humans that you know. Is it then okay to slaughter me? I'm not very similar to you and your family, am I?
Certain alien with tentacles and all kinds of, you can still talk and have a conversation and think and that type of stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, I can still suffer. That's the important part, Imagine I couldn't talk. Imagine like you were having this conversation. I was just accidentally hit some buttons and I accidentally tapped myself into the Carnivore podcast, and I am a cognitively disabled alien about on.
Like, one way around this, so you don't have to use the alien analogy, it is logically possible for a human being to give birth to a different species. Typically, species differentiation occurs over a very long period of time, over multiple generations, but it is logically possible for a human to give birth to a creature that isn't technically part of the genus Homo. So you could go down that reductio if somebody's having a big problem with the alien thing.
But I still suffer. I still go like, Shawn, and I can still recognize you. I wag my little tentacle because I'm excited to be with you on this show, and I can suffer. I don't want to be hit. I go when you hit me, just like a human baby would go, but they're excited to see you, like a cow is excited and want to lick your little hand, and your dogs are excited. Can you then eat me if I'm like this cognitive disabled tentacle alien thing?
It's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer.
What?
To that. So
you would eat me? You would eat me, Shawn? Shawn, no. I can suffer.
Raphael, do you care to advance this so we can get into a couple other topics, or are we just going to stay on this one?
Yeah, no. I mean, if you say that you would.
Well, the whole ethics debate hasn't really been resolved yet, so I don't know why you'd change topics.
Not eat me, then you would once again have a contradiction because I would be very dissimilar to you. I'm not a human.
Hey,
I
Raphael,
am not.
look, I'm
No,
very
sorry. I have to sum this up. If you want to go to something else, Shawn, I want to make clear to you that you have.
Yes, there's contradictions. I'm very happy to accept I've made contradictions. I
But
don't
if
care.
you
That's
are
fine,
making
okay?
contradictions.
Okay, so he's admitting he's logically contradicting himself.
And you're happy with that, then there is
I'm
no.
fine with that.
Shawn,
I'm totally fine with that.
Shawn,
I'm fully fine to
Shawn,
be contradictory. I think the significant difference between animals and humans is enough that I'm happy with any contradictions that I
Shawn,
made. Okay, let it be clear that
Shawn,
if you think you're winning
Shawn,
because I made a contradiction in your mind,
Shawn.
I'm totally conceding that. Okay.
Can you stop the gay commentary? It's annoying. We know how name the trait works. Shut up. The sexy snow bunny vegan girl isn't going to fuck you for translating Shawn's retardation into formal logic in a note stab. Simp. Don't make me call Jasmine.
Okay. Sorry for that. Thanks for the donation, vegan tranny.
Okay.
Shawn,
Let's go on to some other points, right?
Shawn, I just, before we go anywhere else, I want to make clear the weight of saying I'm fine with my contradictions. If I were to go and be a racist and you showed me, Shawn, it makes it even more embarrassing. Let me explain to you once again the weights. Let me just.
I'm embarrassed.
Okay. If I am a racist and somebody explains to me that there is no ethically significant difference.
You know, for a guy who eats nothing but meat, supposedly, he has very yellow teeth.
Just because of the skin color, and I go ahead and I whip the black people that I call slaves in front of me, and I say, yeah, I know the skin color doesn't really matter and that they can suffer, but it gives me so much lust and great times to be doing this. I don't care if I'm doing a contradiction. I don't care if I'm an ethical racist bastard to them. I don't care if I'm a murderer. That's the you're in the mental state of a racist rapist abusing other people. These are nothing else but other people in different bodies just for your satisfaction, for your greed, for your joy. There is no good reason to do this and not with them. They feel the same.
For just a second. Can I make a point for a second? So you pointed to the cow and say this is a person, which I fundamentally disagree with. Which I mean, maybe you don't. Maybe you think cows are people too.
Of course they are.
And so forth.
Just like your dogs.
Okay.
Your dogs have interests. They have favorite toys. They have favorite people.
Okay, we have different perspectives. Clearly,
is a dog a person?
No, a dog is not a person.
What is a dog? A dog is an individual with feelings and interests.
Dog is a dog.
And a human is a human. An individual with feelings and interests, with desires and who can suffer and is sentient. That is the definition of a person. And there's no reason why we should only call humans persons, but not these other animals.
Hey, Raphael, a bad pun, but we beat this horse to death. Okay, let's go on.
You're the only one who's beating animals to death here. You can. You did the same.
Great.
You did the same thing with James Aspie and Nick, where you said, "Yeah, I concede this is a contradiction," and the boys let you off the hook. I just want to make clear to the whole fucking audience here: if a grown fucking ass man like Shawn Baker here says, "Yeah, I'm running into a contradiction. You're right. I'm fine with that." That is the debate terms for "You're right. I lost the debate." You're right. My ethical standpoint, I cannot.
Look, Raphael, I'm happy to say I lost the debate. I don't really care.
Shawn, that's.
I think what's important to point out is the epistemic standard of allowing for contradictions. So if Shawn were to encounter, like, again, an unjustifiable law where
I've done a psychoanalysis of a basilar seal. Tell me if you agree. He is a faggot-ass retard autist cuck simp who cries himself to sleep at night with his thumb in his mouth and butt plug in his ass. He would gladly take it from behind from Jason Blaha.
That sounds like a relatively accurate psychoanalysis. Thanks for the donation, Twink Russ. Like again, if Shawn has this epistemic standard that logic doesn't matter, then presumably if some sort of unjustifiable law were to be passed where like black people had their rights stripped away, he wouldn't be able to argue against that because he believes that logical contradictions are fine. So he can't continue with this epistemic standard that logic doesn't matter and logical contradictions are fine. So I think that is probably a little bit more important to point out than the fact that he lost the debate because he admits to having logical contradictions.
I'd like to make some value out of this discussion. Look, listen. I'd like to get more of your perspective on other things, if you don't mind.
One more thing. If I concede and I realize I cannot hold my position, and my position is slavery and murder, that I cannot justify what you have just conceded to, what you have just seen your contradiction in, that is what your words mean. That is the weight behind them. And I don't change according to my new information. That is the definition of ignorance and stupidity, of fascism and opportunism.
That's fine. Okay,
it's
let's
easy to be fine with a situation when you're not the one who's standing at the fucking slaughterhouse, Shawn. Then I can always say, I'm not the one being whipped. I'm fine with this situation. Yeah, I'm a contradictory racist rapist, but who the fuck cares? I'm not the one who's being shot up. It's not my family standing there. You're contributing to the greatest ethically...
I think she's actually turning pink.
Emergency on this planet, to the slavery and the Holocaust of the animals, and you piece of shit put your arms there and say, yeah, I know, it's a contradiction. Anyways, Raffaella, what's your opinion on your name? Militant. So aggressive. Okay, Shawn, now what's your great next question?
Okay, so I was going to ask you what the reference to militant vegan means. What is that? Why did you choose that name?
Yeah, I call myself militant vegan because non-vegan pieces of crap were usually referred to vegan activists who raise their voice for the animals. Militant and aggressive, even if we aren't as passionate and temperamental as I am from time to time, because they find themselves in a situation just like you where they cannot defend their ethical positions, so they start to call the vegan names and take them and call them aggressive and extreme, when in fact you are the ones being the only militant here. Militant means going for something using weapons. My weapons are my words. That's pretty much all I'm using, and it gets people so fucking triggered.
Hang on. Let me interject here. I'm just trying to get out the point that you would not choose to be violent towards other people or anything like that. Is that fair to say? Or
well, if you're kicking a dog, then I would push you away. But that's extended self-defense.
But I mean, you saying that everyone's an animal abuser is not vegan, so everybody that eats meat, because we all know animals die. I mean, it's not a surprise. No adult doesn't understand that animals are dying to eat meat. We all know that.
But still, you do it. That makes you a terrible adult, right?
Well, I mean, that's a matter of opinion. I mean, I think it's something that...
Yeah, that's my opinion. Wouldn't you think that people who torture and enslave others for the sake of tradition and taste are bad people?
Well, I mean, it depends what your definition is.
Well, I asked you for your definition.
Let's look. I eat a lot of cows. You're wearing a cow hat. I appreciate that. I've been to cattle ranches. I've been to feed yards. I've been to a slaughterhouse. I actually, as a physician, as a combat trauma surgeon, saw a lot of human suffering and death firsthand, right in front of my face. Right, I lived that. I experienced it.
Jesus, if only I were a doctor too and would have lived through that too.
Right.
Wow.
Well, let me finish my point for a second here, because you've been obviously talking most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think it is important that we realize, that there are clear differences here. When you say that every human on the planet outside of the 1% to 2% that is vegan is a murderer and a rapist and an animal abuser, and you'd like to do violence upon them, perhaps, and I'm not sure if you're actually.
I didn't say that.
You would, because
I didn't say that.
Okay. Well, you said you would. If someone was kicking a dog, you stop. That's what just for the record. But if you think that I'm doing violence on animals because merely because of the fact that I eat a steak for dinner, then that would be your definition of worthy to do violence upon, or is it not? Would you say it's okay for me to eat a steak, or would you just, if I was there actually physically slaughtering or what about a hunter? A hunter's out in the wood, he shoots a deer. Is that person worthy of you attacking them because they're hurting that?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Animal.
so worthy of and wishing it would happen to them. If you dislike someone and somebody's torturing part of your family, then you certainly don't wish them to win the lottery, right? If somebody would treat...
Well, no. I mean, would you be willing to do violence or have violence done upon
I don't
see. Like
I don't see how that would help the victims at all. Like I said,
it might stop. It might stop. It might.
Yeah, like I said, in a situation where this would be happening right in front of my face, where you would be kicking a cow to go into the slaughterhouse.
No, I mean, kicking a cow. I mean, honestly, I think, maybe you've watched too many vegan activist films, but I mean, ranchers aren't kicking cows on a routine basis.
Well, the cows aren't happily going into the slaughter chambers, are they? They don't want to be in confined dark spaces, so you have to push them in there. So that's just a lie. The cows are not happy when you take away their child on average. The cows do not want to go onto the trucks where they're crammed in, where they look out with their sad little cow eyes, crying tears. The cows don't want to go down the slaughter chamber. The cows actually move their head when you put a bolt gun on their head, even though they don't understand the situation. It's nothing comfortable for them. So even if it's not kicking, it's pushing, it's using electrocution, it's violence, it's cutting throats open, it's pushing.
Listen, I don't disagree
the pigs
that
are not going into the gas chambers because they want to go there.
Can we have a discussion, or is it just going to be you shouting the whole time?
Yeah, I answered your question. So would I stop someone?
Let me give you. Yeah. Do you care to hear my perspective, or just for
you asked me a question? You said some things that were simply false, like nobody is kicking cows, and then I begged to differ, and I showed you a couple of examples where, of course, animals are suffering, where of course they're treated like slaves, like commodities, because no animal wants to be in these industries where you put them in. No animal wants to be.
Let me hang on.
Wants to be meals.
Let me just show you, just maybe enlighten you a little bit, maybe. So if we look at like ruminant animals, like cows, deers, and things like that, if we look at, for instance, the domestic cattle in the United States. So a cow born in captivity or enslavement, as however you want to call it, in the United States, has about a 98% chance of making it to adulthood, where it will be probably killed about the age of 2, typically, maybe 3 years if it's grass finished, right? Now, when you compare that to wild ruminant animals, and they've done studies on this. University of Pennsylvania did a study on that looking at white-tailed deer. And they found that about 56% of white-tailed deer never make it to 32 weeks because they are viciously attacked and destroyed by predators. They are frozen, they starve to death, they get injuries and die. So let me ask you, what would they rather choose? Would a baby deer rather choose to live to 2 years old and then be instantly killed, or would it rather be viciously mauled and just ripped apart by a bear at 12 weeks? What do you think is the better decision? If you're speaking for the animal, what would that animal decide?
So presumably, if you look at infant mortality rates among indigenous tribes people, infant mortality rates can be as high as 50%. So if we found a group of people where the infant mortality rate was 50%, would that make it okay to enslave them? Because if they're enslaved, the infant mortality rate gets to near zero. I don't know why I'd care about this. Like, okay, why does it fucking matter if wild animals have a higher infant mortality rate? Why would I murder them?
Side.
Once again, I can say I will answer your question. However, this is once again a false dichotomy, because you wouldn't open up that line of questioning when it comes to shooting and eating wild humans or shooting and eating wild dogs. You would not. There are wild human tribes. They probably don't live as long as we do, because we have hygiene, we have vaccines.
Sub-Saharan Africa had the highest neonatal mortality rate in 2022 at 27 deaths per 1,000 live births, followed by Central and Southern Asia with 21 deaths per 1,000. I know for tribes people, though, it can be as high as 50%. So I don't know why this would matter.
Vaccination, we have medical supplies. That's no reason to go and shoot wild living human tribes, is it? It's the more a reason to use our responsibility as the technologically advanced species to protect the weaker ones, and not a justification to go and slaughter them to our satisfaction all the time. So, but of course, I can concede and give you this point and say, yeah, if I were to choose, would I rather have a great life in freedom and human protection and then be shot and probably suffer way less in the death than a wild animal does throughout their life? Yes, but that is not the dichotomy that we are facing. We can actually help animals in the wild, not shoot them up, get it to a point where animal rights violations are minimized, and in the same space not systematically breed more life, more suffering, more animals as slaves, and also shoot them up and create more animal rights violations that way. So that is, like I said, not the question that we are facing in everyday life. You can literally be a vegan from now on, Shawn Baker, and you're simply choosing not to because yum yum taste, I want to eat cow butt.
Do you think, let me ask you a question. Why do you think meat tastes good to most humans?
Why do you think fast food tastes good to most humans? You're probably running the line of reasoning right now. We are environmentally, traditionally, we have evolved that way. It's perfect nutrition for us. All right. So if I find a food that tastes great, most toddlers like chocolate, that doesn't mean it's good for them. However, let's say it even has health benefits.
Let me ask you, how do you...
Oh, wow. He gave up on that argument really fucking quick.
How do you determine what a wild animal eats?
How do I...
He gave up on that argument real fucking quick. What an idiot.
Determine. I look at their dietary tract and I look at their nutritional needs, and yes, I can also feed cats a vegan plant-based diet. No, that does not mean that they only get carrot sticks and salad leaves. That would be animal abuse. But there's actually nutritionally fortified vegan cat and dog food that gives them all the nutrients. Now, let's say you want to run down the line of reasoning right now that we are not 100% what's herbivore. I'm gonna give you that. We are not. We have like a weird mush system of carnivorous traits and non-carnivorous traits. I'm not gonna stand here and be the spiritual vegan of every piece of meat is gonna make you sick and we are herbivores. Sorry, you run into the wrong militant vegan if you wanted me like this on the podcast. I'm not gonna give you this line of reasoning to attack me here. We have the opportunity to be as healthy. I'm not even gonna say healthier as some vegans do. With a plant-based diet, we can grow all muscles that we need on a plant-based diet. There are vegan sports experts and whatever. And even if it were the case that we would be 10% less healthy on a vegan diet, we wouldn't justify slaughtering and holocausting a certain kind of human group just to be 10% healthier. My health is not a justification to systematically enslave others. That is just not, and it's just what you're doing with animals. But then again, like I said, we probably don't even have a detriment of health choosing a vegan diet. So we're really just doing it out of 4 reasons: tradition, habit, convenience, and taste. And none of these 4 reasons is a justification for your murder and slavery, Shawn.
So there are many, 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 many thousands and thousands. I've met many of them. Ex-vegans.
Anecdotal claims.
They thought they were ethically similar to you, had similar beliefs to you. They got sick enough that they were suffering. And I see people sick and suffering every day as a physician.
Yeah.
And by including animal products back in their diet, it brought them health.
Yeah, I could say the same thing. You know, Shawn, I, as a physician, I saw many... Pardon? Pardon?
I don't think you're a physician. Are you a physician?
Yes. I am a physician. I am a physician. Yes. I studied medicine in Munich, and I worked as a medical doctor for 2.5 years, and now I am an animal rights activist. So yeah, I as a physician...
That surprised him. That's pretty funny.
What was your specialty?
I worked for 1.5 years in general medicine and heart and lung, and then we did
you're a pulmonologist?
No, in Austria and Germany it's called innere Medizin, so it's a combination of gastrointestinal, heart and lung, everything inside.
Internal medicine.
Sorry, I don't know the English terms. And it's you have like a double residency. When you first start, you have to run through all of this again, and then I did pathology for 8 months. So I wanted to be I wanted to start with.
Why did you abandon that?
Because I thought that my my impact as a doctor in this totally fucked up medical system that you're also criticizing, but from the wrong angle, just to point that out here, is not as good and is not as effective, even to help humans, than it is when I help the most urgent Holocaust, the most urgent ethical, terrible position that we have when it comes to the animal rights violations on this planet. So I realized
she is so hot. Her going off and being so passionate and aggressive is making me feel all tingly inside.
Yeah, she's pretty great. She's a really good activist. Thanks for the donation, Daddy-O.
when I was a doctor, just like you, suffering. We all suffer. It's terrible, no matter the age, no matter the skin color. And I saw the same suffering, just like you probably do with your dogs, if you would be honest here. They suffer when they get sick.
My dogs are happy. My dogs are healthy and happy.
I mean, of course, but if they stub their toe, or if they are hit by a car, or if somebody or if they get a disease, dogs will get sick too, you know? And that suffering is the same suffering that we see in humans. And when I realized, I don't want that anymore. So, but to get back to your claim before, so I can say the same anecdotal thing when it comes to I, as a doctor, saw suffering of people who had heart attacks and strokes. And let's be honest, most people do get that from what they eat. And then they started.
Vegans die of strokes. And heart
they
attacks
do too. They do too.
Yeah, at a lower rate.
But they do significantly less. Anyways, let's just say I could make the same anecdotal claim here and say, but then everyone turned a plant-based diet, not vegan. There's a difference between plant-based eating and veganism. Moral stance, diet, veganism, not diet. But it doesn't work. You know, that's not the question.
What do you tell the person who tried veganism for many years, got very sick, and could not recover their health with veganism? What should those people do?
Yeah, so veganism, like I said, is not a diet. It's an ethical decision to not treat animals as commodities, as slaves. Now, in my study of medicine, and in probably yours too, there was not a single disease that I've learned from where it is adamant to eat dead bodies or secretion.
He's probably going to appeal to the idea of, well, there's diseases that have a pathology that we don't understand, or meat has some nutrient we haven't discovered. If he mentioned Smith lemliopids, that'd actually be really funny.
Of animals. There just isn't. Now, there are people, and I'm going to give you that too, who don't flourish on a whole food plant-based diet, who have allergies. And like with all people, when they have some kind of allergies or nutritional, I don't know, maybe a part of their gut has been taken out, then they have more problems digesting fiber. We need solutions for these people. We need to help them.
What should we do? What should we do now?
Just like with cancer, more? Just like very ill cancer patients cannot digest foods very well. They can't either. And we have food drinks, we have protein drinks.
To be fair, you used to rage a lot when you debated back in the day. Also, what do you say to a person who is highly religious and says animals are a gift from God to feed the human race? Lack of a soul is the trait which separates humans and animals.
Well, then I just run the reductio. If you met a human that didn't have a soul, would it be okay to murder the human being? And if they say yes, well, then they're retarded. Especially given the fact that no human has a soul and God doesn't exist, that would make it ethical to kill every human being in existence. So, yeah, you just run the trait reductio. Thanks for the donation, Gay.
We have allergy of foods. I know severely allergic people who still understand that no matter how many allergies I have, and how many problems I have digesting, I cannot go into your house, Shawn, and shoot up your dog and eat his leg. Because this dog has a right to his leg and to his body just as much as any human does. Just as much as you do. Just because I lose an arm, I cannot cut off your arm. We have to help these people. We have to find solutions. And there are many solutions. Like I said, there is most people who said, I tried vegan, it didn't work. They did not actually look into solutions. They didn't look into what suddenly caused them headaches. There are many reasons for that. They didn't look into what caused them weight loss, etc., etc. There are fat vegans, there are thin vegans.
Why should it be so complicated, though? Why should nutrition be so darn hard? Then
We are sadly in a society that is overloaded with all kinds of fast food, and the default of the society isn't healthy. So anyone who grows up in this society, sadly, has to look very strongly at what they put into your body, just like you do. Like, it's not the default to just eat steak like you do. So obviously it's also hard for you, as you say. You can't run with the default.
I mean, how many foods do you need to eat to stay healthy? How many times?
Well, by the way, Shawn's lying about only eating skeletal muscle tissue. He would have gotten scurvy by now, so he's just full of shit. Whenever anybody says, I only eat steak, that's all you have to eat, like, they're just full of shit.
Doesn't matter how many I have to eat, I have to get nutrition. That's the whole thing. Like, you need to get all the nutrition, just like cats and dogs need to get nutrition, but you...
Like, I mean, you can find people who've lived off of nothing but potatoes or nothing but beans. Like, why... I don't know what this has to do with anything. Like, when we're talking about ideal human nutrition, yeah, it's probably a little more complicated than just eating one single food.
You can get it from a plant-based diet. Now, if I can get all nutrition from a plant-based diet, and like I said, animals, there's no significant difference to them. There's no fucking justification to cut them up. And even if they're...
They would just say all humans have souls. It's impossible to not have a soul as a human, as all humans are born in the image of God. Even if it's retarded, how do you truly turn someone vegan who is in that state?
Well, again, it's entirely possible for certain humans to not have a soul. So, if God didn't exist, humans wouldn't have a soul. God could just create some humans that didn't have a soul. Like, they're not all knowing. So, God could have created some humans that don't have a soul. They only assume that. So, there's... Like, again, you would have to ask them what's the logical contradiction with the idea that like there being humans that don't have a soul. If they can't point out a contradiction, then the hypothetical makes sense. So, yeah, just ask them to point out the contradiction with a hypothetical. And if they can't point out the contradiction, then they're going to have to answer the hypothetical. Thanks for the donation, Gay. Hope that helps.
Where the problem, it wouldn't be a justification.
Hey, Raphael, I certainly can see there are successful vegan bodybuilders that you can construct a plant-based diet so you can put on muscle, that you can be healthy. If you add enough leucine in there, you can do that. Not everybody's successful at that, unfortunately.
Not everybody's successful at being healthy as a non-vegan either.
I wish it were the case that we could all eat vegan chocolate cake and be super healthy. That would be great. That would be
That's
wonderful.
not about eating vegan chocolate cake. It's about not using
Well,
animals as
that'd be
slaves.
kind of cool. That'd be pretty cool if that were the case, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, we can probably do that for everyone. It just depends on what you put in the cake, because you can either make a cake batter very fatty and very processed, or you can actually make a cake batter from fucking vegetables and put in a little bit of cocoa powder. Look, like I said, we have to find solutions for these 1% of 1% of people who seriously have digestive issues, whose guts have been taken out because of, I don't know, some kind of ulcerative disease like Crohn's or colitis ulcerosa, or have a lot of allergies.
Crohn's disease is, there's 3 million Americans.
Yes, I'm not saying that it's. I'm not saying that it would be easy for every single person, but eating generally isn't easy for every single person, and we have medical systems for that. We have help for that. Now we can help these people not use animals as slaves, but we have to, as people who don't have problems with that, first of all, set the moral baseline of fucking veganism, and then we will find solutions for that. But
I mean, there are people who have organs that are failing, and the only way for them to survive is to get an organ donation. Like, is Shawn suggesting, like, we steal people's organs to give to these people? Like, there's clearly ethical limits with what he's comfortable with. And just because there's certain people with certain medical needs, it doesn't justify any and all solutions to the problem.
But I cannot eat black people because some white people are sick, can I? So why can I eat cows because some white people and black people are sick?
Let me give you, hang on a second. Let me give you a second. I want to just put another thing. I'd love to hear your responses because, you know, I eat animals. I know what's on my plate. I know an animal died for that. Now, obviously, you probably know that throughout much of agriculture, there's a lot of sentient creatures that are being killed to harvest crops.
Here we go.
Due to the pesticides that are sprayed and utilized through. So your diet, maybe you're very conscious, but the average person eating a non-animal diet is going to be exposed to a whole lot of death in the food. I mean, we allow bug parts per million in their food. So we're killing things regardless. You know, I mean, that how do you justify that? What is your thought on that?
So
because
what's the argument?
You know, we kill like 4 quadrillion insects every year to plant crops in the United States alone. 4 quadrillion, which is a holocaust.
I know you like saying big numbers. You're doing great. What's the argument that the total amount of deaths is going up when we eat a plant-based diet over a non-plant-based diet? Like I said,
it depends on how it's done. I mean, like I said, if you did a diet where there were no pesticides and herbicides used, and you just killed one large animal, you would be responsible for less death.
But not even if you use pesticides. Can you formulate
even if it's less, even if it's more? So you're saying some's okay, but 10% more
Shawn,
is not okay.
Shawn,
right?
I didn't say anything until now. I asked you a question to formulate your argument, how the total amount of deaths is going up when we eat food that has even been sprayed with pesticides on that field. You already had a very embarrassing run-in with the new.
This bitch is so fucking annoying. Has the energy of a toddler throwing a tantrum. The way she keeps running herself out of breath when she's talking. Someone should stuff a cock in her mouth and shut her up. Stupid whore. But the old fag is dumb too.
No, Rafaela is doing great, and it is perfectly reasonable for her to get upset and angry. Thanks for that donation, fat fag.
Nutrivore and James Aspie when you came upon that question, and you also conceded to the contradiction at the end of the day. So you really want to go down the whole route of, oh, you kill animals too?
Hey, Raphael, I apologize. We're running out. We only have like 2 minutes left. I really do have to go. I'm sorry. Hey, I'll tell you what. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate your perspective. I appreciate your passion. I disagree, obviously.
No, you don't. You said it's a contradiction, so you don't disagree. You don't.
You
conceded that I was right, that you cannot defend your position. You are just not taking the consequence from that, because that's the definition of ignorance and stupidity, realizing new information, conceding that you're living in a contradiction that's violent and the Holocaust, and not changing your matters. Everybody, Shawn Baker is part of the biggest Holocaust on this planet, and says that it's a contradiction.
Raphael, if I'm not willing to change, what should be done with me?
Yeah, you should. It should be illegal what you're doing, and you should be treated the same way that humans. That if you were eating and holocausting humans, you should be put in jail. You should be taught to be a better human being. Of course.
So you're advocating, because I'm not willing to change my position, I should be jailed and maybe executed or something like that.
No, I'm not for death penalty. I'm not for death penalty at all.
But maybe imprisonment, right?
Yeah, you should definitely be in prison to stop you from violating the rights of other people. Just like if I were to do the same thing with humans or these alien beings that I described to you before, you cannot run around and stuffing their bodies into your face holes. That should be illegal. You should be in jail. And I will be the reason for that being illegal. Speciesism has to end. It's just like racism towards animals. Not being vegan is not okay. And Shawn Baker is an animal abuser.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I'm sure part of your motivation was to just get more publicity for what you do, and I'm happy to give that to you. So where do people go to find out more about the Militant Vegan? Where can they find you? You want to share your social media, perhaps?
Yeah, of course. I do activism to reach more people with my activism. That's the definition of activism. Hi, I'm Rafaela. I am the Militant Vegan. You can find me in German on Die Militante Veganerin, where I have over 500,000 followers on TikTok. In English, I'm starting now. I'm the.militant.vegan on TikTok. Find me on YouTube as The Militant Vegan. I've been on Vegan Gains podcast a couple of times too. Please be vegan, not an animal abuser. Not being vegan is not okay. Greetings from Germany.
Damn, she didn't ask him why he wouldn't debate me. That's too bad. Maybe she asked that off screen. Well, that was pretty good. I think she made only a few minor mistakes, but she basically wrecked him in that debate.
What's you disagreement/problem with unnatural vegan? She seems alright.
She's not vegan. She doesn't support animal rights. She deliberately tries to fuck with vegan activism. She made stupid fucking criticisms of Dr. Neil Barnard. She made stupid criticisms about the Game Changers that made no fucking sense. She literally tried to debunk the entire documentary, and she used terrible fucking argumentation for it. I remember the first section of the documentary said that Roman gladiators ate a mostly plant-based diet, and they're getting most of their nutrition from beans and barley. And then she tried to make the argument that the Roman gladiators were fat, when there's literally no historical evidence for that whatsoever. And she quoted a archaeologist who just made the assumption that the Roman gladiators were fat because they ate a high carbohydrate diet. That was her argument for Roman gladiators being fat. So, like, that's the type of shit she does. She's a terrible person. She's not vegan. She supports animal abuse. She defends animal abusers like Kal-El, saying that it's okay to eat meat if you go out to restaurants sometimes, or it's okay to eat animal products if you're just buying like chocolate bars, like Snickers bars. She's not vegan, and everything she does on social media is nothing but a game to make money. She has no interest in progressing an animal rights message. So I fucking can't stand her. Thanks for the donation, Anon.
What makes you think submitting to Allah the Quran means you're submitting to the true God?
Because when I read the Quran, I don't find any contradictions.
There are plenty of contradictions, friend. We'll get into that. But
Okay.
that's subjective again. Even if you have a book that has no contradictions, that doesn't mean it's a revelation from the true God. So what makes you think the God of the Quran is a true God, the God revealed through the prophets?
Also, I just want to preface this. I'm a layman, so I'm actually hoping that you stump me today.
No, by the way,
because
Scott, you'll get stumped. And the reason why I only came after you, so now notice what you said. You're not a scholar layman, but you went after Marmari. I didn't watch the video. So it's ironic for me, someone who says he's a layman, he's not a scholar, but yet he feels confident enough to make a video criticizing Marmari.
Did you watch that video?
No, just when you said he lied about it.
He did lie. He said that pigs have a hoof that is not split.
Okay, let's say, and
So he did
for the
lie.
sake of charity, well, I'm going to say that your God lied about the Trinity. So if you want to be ungracious, uncharitable, no, we'll get there. You can laugh, friends. I mean, see, we can have a serious. You can laugh.
Okay.
We can approach things graciously and give people the benefit of the doubt that he misspoke because he doesn't know too much, or we can impugn them with the worst motives possible. But if you're laughing at that, we're going to have a field day with what you believe to be the uncreated speech of God, making assertions regarding certain groups that you have no proof for. For example, I want you to give me some extra Quranic proof, historical, textual, archaeological, for the assertion of Surah Al-Tawbah, chapter 9, verse 30, that the Jews believe that Uzair is a son of Allah. Let me put it on the screen. See, the same measure you use will be turned against you. So you were ungracious to him. So now you can't handle the heat.
You said it was 9:30,
Chapter 9, verse 30, yes. I'm going to put on.
and you want proof of the historical accuracy of this?
Can you give me one single extra Quranic source that says the Jews viewed Uzair, the son of Allah, because it's contrasted to the Christians, Nasara, believing that Messiah is the son of Allah? Can you name any Jewish group, apart from your biased Muslim sources, who this group is? Let me put it on the screen for everyone to see. And by the way, who is Uzair?
I honestly have no idea.
Exactly. So you embrace the religion, you really don't know, and you're
Of
confident.
course, I'm not going to know everything
No, that
about
this
it.
it's not about everything. These are the basics, because here the assertion is that Allah desires that the Muslims fight against all forms of idolatry, which includes the idolatry of the Jews and Christians of ascribing a son to Allah. Let me enlarge the screen. So if you haven't read chapter 9, which is one of the final chapters according to Muslim sources, if we just go by the Quran, we don't know
The driver is a cunt, but the children and the father suffer from severe brain damage.
Let me see.
Because I eat
Oh
them.
yeah, I've seen that.
Why? Because I eat them.
What did deer do to you?
All right, you're on video. 'Cause I eat them. Do you buy meat from the supermarket?
Yeah, but we're not going.
You know they get killed. They get killed in dirty areas. Nasty, a whole bunch of
Not a dirty, nasty area.
blood leaking. That's why I'm saying. That's why you don't want that.
You're like a hero on Long Island, right?
Yeah, I've already seen this video. These fucking meat-eating retards are criticizing a guy for hunting when they buy food from the supermarket. Like, this is cognitive dissonance. I cannot think of a better example of cognitive dissonance than a meat-eating idiot criticizing somebody for hunting. Thanks for the donation, though, Moldy Tofu.
About the chronology of the Quran. But if I go with Muslim sources, chapter 9 is one of the last, if not the last chapters that was composed in Surah Al-Bara'ah, Surah Al-Tawbah. And here it's saying, in the context of why Allah wants to fight Jews and Christians. And the Jews say Uzair, they say Uzair is the son of Allah. That's what they're telling you. We don't know who Uzair is because Uzair is not the Arabic form of Ezra. And the Christians say Messiah is the son of Allah. That is a saying from their mouths. They imitate the saying of the disbelievers of old, Allah's curse be upon them. It really says Allah fight them, but put that aside. So Allah's cursing Jews for saying that Allah has a son, it's Uzair. Who's Uzair?
Like I said, I don't know.
Okay. So this is why I say, if you're going to be charitable and give people the benefit of doubt, then the same measure used will be extended to you. But if you're going to come ungraciously and attack people and think, maybe you misspoke. We all misspeak. None of us is perfect.
Yeah.
And you're going to be treated the same way. So now, again, let's come back to the first issue. So you say submitting to God. Yeah, obviously. But I'm still wanting to know, what makes you think Allah the Quran is a true God, especially the true God revealed through the prophets, because it mentions Jesus. And even the Arabic name for Jesus, Isa, doesn't correspond to the Arabic form of his name. But we'll get into that. So why do you think Allah of the Quran is a true God?
When in the Quran, when it says Allah is the most gracious and most merciful, when I intuitively, well, I guess you're going to say that's subjective.
Yeah, it is.
It is subjective, but you're asking me, why do I think so? Isn't that?
But you're doing dawah, right? You're trying to invite people to the way of Islam because obviously you got a YouTube channel. So now I'm a Christian. I want to know how you're going to assure me that Allah of the Quran is a God revealed in and through the prophets, especially Jesus Christ. So convince me, do dawah. Can't be just subjective.
Well, I mean, you're a Christian, and I don't think I didn't really come here with the intention of trying to convert you to Islam, but if you're curious, I think if you read the attributes of Allah, if you understand the attributes of Allah,
I do,
then I think you would logically come to the conclusion that that is God.
No, not at all. There are attributes of Allah that do not befit the attributes as outlined in the scriptures, the Bible, and revealed in Jesus. For example, I'll just give you the most basic. By the way, why am I saying? Because in chapter 16, verse 125 of the Quran, this is an exhortation to you. You believe in the Quran, I don't. Invite, now they add stuff in parentheses, mankind, O Muhammad, to the way of your Lord. Invite them with wisdom. And then this is the parentheses, not part of there, but that's okay. And fair preaching, with wisdom, fair preaching, and argue with them in a way that is better. So obviously you're going to do dawah until you don't do it. So if, okay, well, my efforts are not working with this guy, you move on. But you're supposed to do this just like I'm supposed to preach the gospel. Your Lord knows best who has gone astray from his path. He is the best aware of those who are guided. But the most basic, fundamental aspect of God outlined in the Old Testament, New Testament, is that God is a spiritual father, not a physical father. He's a spiritual father who has spiritual children, and he's particularly the father of Jesus Christ. Is your God, Allah, your father?
Is he my father?
Yeah. Is he the father of the Ummah, the father of Muhammad, the father of Muslims?
I would say in a literal biological sense, of course, no.
That's not what I asked, because no Jew or Christian believes that Allah, if you want to use the term Allah, which you believe is the God of the Christians, is a biological father. They believe that God is a spiritual being. So he has spiritual children who are born of his spiritual word, born of his spirit. So he's a spiritual father. So is Allah your father spiritually?
But doesn't it say in the Bible that we're children of God? So in a sense,
but that's not the Quran. That's my point. Are you?
But you just said Christians don't believe that that God is a father.
No.
But
This is recorded. See, if you can't hear me well, then I suspect
Sure.
you understand the Quran and the Bible. No, that's not what I said. It's recorded. I said no Christian or Jew believes God is a physical being who sires children biologically, procreatively. I said he's a spiritual father. I was very plain and clear. Is Allah your
Sure.
spiritual father? I'm still waiting for the answer.
Spiritual. No, I would have no reason to say that Allah is my spiritual father. No.
No, he isn't, because the Quran denies. When the Jews came to your prophet, Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, verse 18, and the Jews and Christians say, we are the children of Allah. There was no Jew or Christian at the time of Muhammad that thought Allah sired them biologically, physical procreation. They meant it spiritually. And I'll prove that from the scriptures of the Jews and the Christians and his loved ones. And then the responses say, why then does he punish you for your sins? Nay, you are but human beings of those who he has created. He forgives whom he wills, and he punishes whom he wills. And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and all that is between them. And to him is the return of all. Now, the highest relationship you can have with your God is this. Chapter 19, Surah Al-Maryam, chapter 19, 88 to 93. And they say the most beneficent has begotten a son, or offspring, or children. Now, remember, parentheses, brackets, that's not in the Arabic. So I can,
Right.
we can read them. As the Jews say, Uzair is the son of Allah, and the Christians say that he's begotten a son, Isa, and the pagan Arabs say that he has begotten daughters. That's their comment. Indeed, you brought forth a terrible evil thing, whereby the heavens are almost torn, and the earth is split asunder, and the mountains fall in ruins, that they ascribe a son, or offspring, or children to the most beneficent Allah. But it is not suitable for the majesty of the most beneficent that he should beget a son, or offspring, or children. There's none in the heavens and the earth but comes unto the most beneficent as a slave. So right here, you're told, all you are is a slave, and he is your master.
Sure.
That's not the God of the Bible.
Interesting. So, according to Islam, you are literally just a slave to Allah. I don't know why you'd want to believe that. So,
We're here, ICC. You are today announcing that you are applying for arrest warrants for top military and political leadership in the Israel-Gaza war since the October 7th events. First and foremost,
I seriously doubt they're going to be granted arrest warrants, and the U.S. is also staunchly against the arrest warrants, so I don't know how the fuck that's going to play out. If the U.S. doesn't support the arrest warrants, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. ends up leaving the ICC or even the UN.
explain to me exactly what you're asking for and who you are charging.
Today, Cristiano, we've applied for warrants to the pretrial chamber of the International Criminal Court in relation to 3 individuals that are Hamas members. Sinwar, who's in charge on the ground.
That's Yahya Sinwar?
Absolutely. Dave, who's in charge of the Al-Qasim Brigade. And Hania, who's one of their political bureau based in Doha.
What are the charges?
The charges are extermination, murder, taking of hostages, rape and sexual assault in detention. So these are the key crimes that are alleged to have been committed by these 3 individuals. The world was shocked on the 7th of October when people were ripped from their bedrooms, from their homes, from the different kibbutzim in Israel. And people have suffered enormously, and we have a variety of evidence to support the applications that we've submitted to the judges.
You have also issued warrants against the top political and military leadership
Fucking
of the
retarded.
government of the State of Israel.
We've applied for warrants. Of course, the
Fucking retarded, dude. Just so idiotic.
judges must determine whether or not to issue them, but we've applied today, we'll apply for warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and also Minister of Defense Gallant.
Like, what fucking evidence do they have exactly? Like, this is over the genocide, right? Like, what evidence do they have? Like some weird quote Netanyahu said, from the river to the sea, Israel will be safe? Like, oh, genocide! Like, is that all they got?
For crimes of causing extermination, causing starvation as a method of war, including the denial.
Yeah, causing starvation when Gaza is not starving. How many fucking aid trucks go through each fucking day? Like, oh my god.
Of humanitarian relief supplies, deliberately targeting civilians in conflict.
This is idiotic. Let's see. They should have a full interview on CNN.
Prosecutor Karim Khan, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, we're here at the ICC. You are today announcing that you are applying for arrest warrants for top military and police
That are Hamas members.
Ismail Haniyeh, head of the
Kibbutzim,
Hamas
homes from the different kibbutzim in Israel, and people have suffered enormously, and we have a variety of evidence to support the applications that we've submitted to the judges.
And just tell us what the evidence is. Obviously, the world has seen the real-time images. The Israeli government has put out videos, which it's shared to the UN and others, journalists, about what happened. There are body cams.
Once again Richard shows he's uninformed. USA can't leave the ICC because the USA isn't party to the ICC. And how do you not know what evidence? Embarrassing. 7 months you haven't read one report, one submission. Your research and knowledge is embarrassing.
Okay, cool story, dude. Thanks for the donation quest. Yeah, a political official said, we have nuclear weapons. Okay, well, I guess it's a genocide because they mentioned nuclear weapons. Uh-huh.
Prosecutor Karim, fighters, whoever was there at the time. Is that the evidence, or do you have more?
We have more. We have authenticated videos and photographs. We have CCTV, camera pictures. We have eyewitness evidence. We have evidence of survivors. I mean, it's remarkable. The victims and survivors that have, from Israel, that have engaged with my office, have this righteous demand for justice and accountability. They've come here. I've also met them in the different kibbutzim, and they want justice and accountability. So we have also expert evidence. So there's a whole variety of information that we have authenticated that we think is relevant and probative, and that is sufficient, we say, to sustain the crimes that we put forward to the judges.
You have also issued warrants against the top political and military leadership of the government of the State of Israel.
We've applied for warrants. Of course, the judges must determine whether or not to issue them, but we've applied today. We'll apply for warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and also Minister of Defense Gallant for crimes of causing extermination, causing starvation.
Yes, you're not allowed to exterminate a terrorist group. Uh-huh.
As a method of war, including the denial of humanitarian relief supplies, deliberately targeting.
By the way, like, what does he mean by the denial of humanitarian relief supplies? Israel has blocked certain items from going through, so like sugar, which is used to make the Qassam rockets. Like again, they'll block certain relief supplies that can be used as weapons by Hamas, and they know Hamas ends up getting access to these relief trucks. But you can look at the fucking, the reports for these aid trucks. Like, some days over 300 aid trucks are getting through across the fucking border. You can look at the starvation deaths. They're extremely small. So, like, what is he talking about?
Civilians in conflict. And the sad thing really is in relation to both categories. I have been saying repeatedly in Cairo in October last year, at the Rafah crossing, on Israeli television, in Ramallah, everywhere I can, to the parties to the conflict. Comply now, don't complain later. And of course, hostages have not been released. That insidious crime, it continues for so many innocent Israelis that are in custody, are held hostage by Hamas, and families that are waiting for their return. And of course, we see pictures of starving children, of emaciated children. We have a variety of evidence to support, not polemics, but evidence that's been forensically analysed to sustain the charge also of starvation being used by Netanyahu and Gallant.
So, starving baby. Therefore, Netanyahu is deliberately trying to starve Palestinian people. That's his evidence. Oh my
Richard
God.
thinks forced starvation, and the admission of the withholding of food and aid by not only public declaration, but the admission of their closest allies the USA. You're also a dumbass if you think aid is sufficiently getting in. The USA says not.
That is absolutely bullshit. Aid is sufficiently going in. There is no evidence that it's not. Biden has done things for political gain to say that he's going to ensure more aid trucks get in. He was going to open up like a port, like for more aid, shit like that. That is only a political move. He's just being called Genocide Joe. There's a lot of people protesting what's going on in Israel. And he's doing these political actions to make himself seem as though he's not Genocide Joe. But show me the evidence that not enough aid trucks are going through. Show me the fucking evidence. Show me periods in time where Israel has flat out denied mass amounts of fucking aid trucks on a purely arbitrary basis of like, oh, well, this will give Hamas food or something like that. They haven't. You can find hundreds and hundreds of aid trucks going in every single fucking day. That is complete horseshit. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
As a method of war, and it's awful that in 2024 we have had to submit these applications to the judges of the ICC for warrants.
I'm going to get into starvation as a weapon of war in a moment, but first I want to ask you, the word genocide has been used by both sides, and many believe that genocide is being committed, but you do not. You're not using that word.
Well, this is an active investigation, and we have criminal charges that we can use: genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. In relation to this current stage of investigations,
Israel claims highest single-day number of aid trucks enter Gaza since war began. Indonesia participates in massive airdrop marking end of Ramadan in an apparent first-time Muslim nation has flown through
Is the
Israel.
evidence you fuck justify this, you retard fucking idiot? I hate you, suck Israel's dick more than veganism.
Oh, look, a Twitter video of Israeli citizens, not Israel, the government itself, fucking with a single aid truck. Okay. Oh, Twitter video, see? Oh, okay, yeah, thanks, dipshit. That's not evidence, fucking retard. UNRWA disputes Israeli numbers. UNRWA has lied about the amount of aid trucks going through, so you can look at the UNRWA reports. They'll make a claim saying that like 5 or 6 or some small number of aid trucks have gone through in a certain day. Then like 2 weeks later, they'll update the figures and it'll be like 200 or 300 fucking trucks. UNRWA's reports are so fucking inconsistent, and they're not, I think they're deliberately not keeping accurate inventory. The way UNRWA's reported aid trucks is also fucking stupid. Pre-war, they separated categories of food where they'll separate the category of animal feed with the category of human food. Then post-war, they combine the two, and then they'll make the claim that, oh, like 500 aid trucks were going through at this one time, and they'll include all aid trucks as one category of human food, and then they'll compare that to today's numbers and not separate out the categories. They're deliberately making it seem as though Israel is trying to halt food trucks when that's not what they're fucking doing. Highest number of trucks carrying aid entered the Gaza Strip on Tuesday since the start of the war in October. The Israeli military said it was further bolstering further bolstered by an unprecedented airdrop of supplies, including from Indonesia. Coordinator of the government activities in the territories, Kogat, the IDF unit responsible for liaising with the Palestinians, said that 468 aid trucks had been inspected and transferred into Gaza on Tuesday, including 47 to the Strip, battered north, which aid groups have said is especially difficult to reach. The overall number of trucks, Kogat said, was the highest since the war began, surpassing the previous day's high of 419 over the past 3 days. More than 1,200 aid trucks were inspected by Israeli authorities and entered Gaza. So, I think the single day average is something like 150, but you're seeing well over 400 aid trucks coming in single days. So, like, it's total fucking horseshit to claim, oh, Israel isn't letting aid trucks through. Yes, they have to inspect them for security reasons, and some of the aid trucks get denied because some of the shit on the aid trucks can be used to create weaponry. Like, if there's pure sugar coming through the trucks, which they can use to make Qassam rockets. But if it's just food, like beans, they're not holding up the fucking aid trucks. Grey Knight donated $2. Can you share this link in chat so that I can star it and read it later? Oh, you mean the... Yeah, sure. There you go, dude.
The charges that we've put forward to the judges do not include genocide, but we are continuing to investigate. It's a very complex situation. We've not been allowed access into Gaza by the Israeli authorities.
Okay, dude, what the fuck does this mean then? So he wants to prosecute Netanyahu for extermination? Oh, people died in a war. You need to go to jail. Like, this is fucking retarded. This is totally baseless.
We're also continuing our investigations in relation to the Hamas attacks, and if and when the evidence points us in a particular direction, we will not hesitate to act. So it's still an active investigation, but yes, today we haven't.
What is extermination?
It's mass killing.
Different than genocide?
Yes. Genocide is defined by specific intent, not only killing.
Okay, so if anybody starts a war, they're guilty of extermination. Okay, got it. You're a fucking genius.
But an intention to destroy the group in whole or in part. So it's a specific intent to destroy the group in whole or in part. So we have not included in our application today a request for warrants for the crime of genocide.
So extermination, war crimes, crimes against humanity. I want to ask you about starvation.
Dude, you're so whack. Explain why Biden called Netanyahu and ordered him to open up ports they closed. The military port was already built, BTW. They shut down border crossings full out. You haven't followed anything and your ignorance is palpable.
Yeah, it's a fucking political strategy. Again, there was no issue with aid trucks getting through. It was purely a political strategy to make it seem as though Joe Biden wasn't supporting some sort of genocide or atrocity. There's an election. This is an election year. An election is coming up, and he wants to look as good as fucking possible. So this is the shit he's trying to do. But again, show me the evidence that aid trucks weren't going through. So show me over a specific period of time that there were no aid trucks, or say like 1 or 2 or 5 or something, when there should have been 150 or 200 or 300, and those trucks were actually there and present to go through, but they were being denied. You can't. Again, if you even look at the UNRWA data, they can't even fucking make that argument. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Because although it was accepted by the ICC as a war crime when you were created in 1998, I don't believe it's ever been prosecuted before as a weapon of war.
No, it's not that I'm aware of. I think, unfortunately, this situation will be a first, and it's very unusual. We see a population, large.
What the fuck is he talking about? Wasn't there like mass starvation in fucking Yemen going on? That is fucking bizarre.
Numbers of children and women that have already endured more than 17 years of a very rigid regime of allowing goods into Gaza. I think even in 2022, the United Nations and others said that 80% of the population, lived on humanitarian supplies. And that's just become even more pernicious since the 8th of October with all the other restrictions. And, the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations, of the head of the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, WHO, UNICEF, I mean, it seems everybody...
What's hilarious here is he's not recognizing the fact that Israel supplies much of those humanitarian supplies.
The international firmament has spoken with grave concern, extreme concern, but we haven't seen food, water, medicines go to the most vulnerable, and they have those rights, not because of something that I'm saying, it's because it's required in the Geneva Conventions and it's required in the Rome Statute.
So, as of April 17th, according to humanitarian organizations and the authorities, whatever exist on the ground in Gaza, 28 children under 12 have died, including 12 babies about a month old, because of malnutrition-related conditions. The Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant,
28 people, and this is evidence that Israel is trying to cause mass starvation. 28 people. Okay.
who today you are issuing an arrest warrant, or the request for an arrest warrant for, said on October 9th, 2 days after October 7th, we are imposing a complete siege. There will be no electricity, no food, no water.
And by the way, aren't they also practicing Eid during this time, where like they starve themselves during the day? Like, isn't that another factor to like consider? Like, these idiots actually are given food and then they don't eat it because of their stupid, dumb made-up religion?
No fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we will act accordingly. Prime Minister Netanyahu on October 13th said, we will exact a price that will be remembered by them and Israel's other enemies for decades to come. Is that the basis on which you establish intent? Or is that part of your evidence?
Much more than that, but yes.
Oh, okay. Netanyahu doesn't like Hamas, so clearly he's committing a genocide because he doesn't like Hamas. Great, thank you. Thank you for providing that evidence so that judges don't grant the warrant, you idiot.
Some of the words uttered by the two individuals, Minister of Defense Gallant and Prime Minister Netanyahu, are of course probative and relevant. The fact that so many other individuals have said, words like there's no such thing as an innocent civilian in Gaza, they're all responsible. The words by members of the Security Committee, I mean, there's a whole variety of words that are said and done by the government that have not been disowned, that have not been denied, that the two individuals have not disassociated themselves from. And I think that's relevant. But it's a...
When you look at polling data showing the majority of fucking Palestinians support October 7th, support Hamas, like, support the kidnappings, is it really unfair to say there's no such thing as an innocent in Gaza? Like, that's a bit of an overreach, but is it unfair to say that?
Very complex operation. It's not just the denial of aid. It's not only the fact that as an occupying power...
Denial of aid, but yeah, they're letting in hundreds of food trucks each day. Okay.
Israel has an affirmative obligation.
I hope everyone watching who has followed things for the last 7 months is laughing as hard as me watching him show up this late to the party. Watch a press briefing or read an article or report for once before making up reasons on the fly like an amateur.
Okay, Jackass, I asked you to provide evidence that Israel has prevented aid trucks from going through into Gaza, and I recognize that Israel is having security inspections on these trucks. Not every single truck is going through, but you haven't shown me any evidence that Israel has blanketly rejected food trucks going through for the purpose of causing starvation. So, yeah, a few food trucks here and there transporting sugar that can be used to create Qassam rockets. They're not getting through. But when you look at the fucking data where you're seeing 100, 150, 200, sometimes nearly 500 trucks per day getting through, where is the evidence that Israel is trying to cause starvation? Show it to me. I've asked you multiple times. The only fucking evidence anybody's fucking sent me so far is a Twitter video where a bunch of Israelis are fucking with one single fucking food truck. Where is the evidence that the Israeli government is preventing food trucks from going through to cause starvation? You can't show me that evidence because apparently it doesn't fucking exist, you idiot. Thanks for the donation quest.
To make sure food and the objects indispensable to survival get to the civilians. They have an affirmative obligation. They're in control of the north of Gaza, for example. IDF tanks are in situ. They could guard aid convoys going in and making sure it goes to the camps. They're not doing that. But in addition, one has to look at a wider aspect. Water has been cut off. Electricity has been...
Wasn't Israel responsible for something like 8% of their water and electricity, something like that? Let's see. What percentage of Gaza electricity comes from Israel? It's a small percent. Almost all of Gaza's liquid fuel and about half of its electricity is supplied by Israel. Okay, so half of its electricity... I'm not understanding. Is it half of the liquid fuel and half of the electricity, or are they saying half of its energy total? What percentage of Gaza water? Yeah, consequently, Gaza rely on small-scale desalination units and unregulated private water tankers, which can be costly and pose additional health risks. The remaining 10% of water not pumped from the coast aquifer comes primarily from 3 Israeli pipelines. So only 10% of their fucking water even comes from Israel. And about roughly half of its energy in the form of liquid fuel and electricity.
Here's your evidence, you dumb Jew-loving faggot.
They strew, scatter, and smash rice flour and other...
Yeah, okay, so, again, this is the same video you showed me from fucking Twitter. So, a bunch of Israeli protesters are fucking with an aid truck, and this is your evidence of the Israeli government itself trying to block aid trucks. That's the evidence. Well, thank you. You're a dumbass.
Plants have been either destroyed or targeted. Fuel can't go in. Desalination plants are completely dysfunctional. There's no desalination plant in the north of Gaza at all.
Yeah, so when you say there's no desalination plant in the north of Gaza, Israel provided equipment for desalination facilities for Gazan citizens. Guess what Hamas did? Hamas used all of that equipment to convert into fucking weapons. They took all of the pipes, all of the materials that were going to be used to update their water facilities and turned it into weapons. So is that Israel's fault that there's water insecurity in Gaza, or is that Hamas's fault?
Water.
Nah, you show us these recent reports you're talking about. Not a Navi Excel sheet. Show us an official report or source. Show us these days where over 500 trucks are coming through. Please feel free. It's not
literally
10% of water, dumbass. They withhold gas for pump.
I literally just showed you the article where Israel reported 400 and something aid trucks going through on a single day. UNRWA aid truck figures. Let me see. Bodies, Israel counting. Situation report. UNRWA is fucking lying, by the way.
How about this faggot? You're such a bias faggot, it's insane. How about you this article? Fucking fag.
Israeli forces are blocking aid deliveries into famine-stricken northern Gaza as 5-month-long war grinds, blah, 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 strong demands. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? So they may deny certain aid trucks from going through because there are materials that have the potential for being made into weapons. But does that mean they're halting so many aid trucks that not an adequate amount of aid can go through? What is meant by this? More than a dozen Palestinians have been killed related to airdrops by multiple nations trying to deliver. So they're stupid and they can't move out of the way when they see a fucking parachute with a big pallet dropping on them? Victims reportedly either died by drowning while trying to retrieve food packages from the sea or were fatally struck by falling boxes of aid, so they're just stupid. Okay, great. Here we go. Why in the fuck? Why can't I open image in new tab? Oh my god.
I am a dumb fag who believes in crystals and other bullshit, but I don't believe animals deserve to not be murdered and consumed for my own pleasures. The crystals help me vibrate higher even though I consume the flesh of tortured beings. Brown eye of power.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. So this is according to the UN. So 27th October to something, 43, 3rd to 9th November, 59, 10th to 16th, 55, and then you see there's more aid trucks coming through. So it ends up being roughly 100 to 150 per day. There's a few days where it's fewer. Again, I would like to see the data on aid trucks. The issue is...
In 7 months your only consistency is you call every third-party verification or report as bias or a liar, and you only take Israel's word. Brilliant. Not bias at all, lol. Give us a non-Israeli source for once and look somewhat credible.
That's great. Thanks for the donation quest. So, let's see. Entry of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip since the beginning of the war. 22,000 trucks. Approximately 28,000 tons. 29,820 cubic meters of water. Shelter, medical equipment. 6,251 food packages. 72 aid drops. You can see the stats, and this is just from that other figure was from a UN report. UN is planning assessment mission to Al-Shifa, 21 patients. When was this posted? 1st of April. So you can see most days there's roughly around 100 to 150 aid trucks going through. Like, where the fuck is the evidence that, again, Israel is blocking so many fucking aid trucks and they're not letting any fucking aid through for the purpose of starvation? You can't show me any of this data, even on the United Nations website, even on UNRWA's own website. You can't find any evidence of that. In March 2024, a total of 420 food trucks were denied or impeded by Israeli authorities. So notice, denied or impeded. What does that mean?
Holy shit, I'm scared for your health, Richard. Can you breathe properly with that gigantic Jew cock in your mouth 24/7? You can honestly put this shit on Pornhub and title it Balding Mixed Milano Man Chokes on Jewish Cock and Swallows Thick Load. Fuck you.
Okay, well, I guess Israel should start fucking paying me. for all of the propaganda, you know, that I've been spewing. But again, show me where. Just show me the. Oh my god.
Richard, just read that UN report that literally said on the top 500 went in a day, and then he looks and sees not even 200 a day on any day, and he's like, see, it's cool. And he said confidently 20 minutes ago that 500 a day go when it's on his screen, lol.
Uh-huh. I never said it's 500 per day. I said as many as. Thanks for the donation, Quest. You're an idiot.
Purification tablets, filtration systems have been classified as dual-use objects, as have incubators, as has oxygen for hospital, as have anesthetics. One sees 90% of all the greenhouses in the north of Gaza destroyed, 40% of the land that was used for agriculture.
Hamas were the ones who destroyed the greenhouses.
Has been destroyed since the conflict started. 70% of the fishing vessels. I mean, every avenue that is so important to human survival has been constrained or suffocated because of a policy. And the words of the Secretary General of the United Nations, which said we're at breaking point, the words of UNICEF.
Mohams donated to tell her stupid dumb bitch doesn't even know what Eid is. It's actually the exact opposite of starvation. That is Ramadan, Mr. Islamophobe. Yeah, Ramadan. This is the same guy who recorded his grandfather dying and wanted babies to die because they cry. Well, I mean, is that fucking unreasonable? They're fucking annoying. Thanks for the donation.
The words of UNRWA saying that we've got a trickle of aid in a sea of need. All of these giants of the international system, their words, their concerns have been put to one side, unfortunately, in the face of other imperatives and what seems to be a bid also for the collective punishment of the people of Gaza.
What is the international law on the restrictions that you're talking about? And for instance, the checking of aid convoys. The Israeli government says it is at war with a terror organization and has worked in coordination with the US, Egypt, and international aid agencies to get aid in. Netanyahu himself on October 29th, after 2 weeks of nothing getting in, another week later said, we must prevent a humanitarian disaster. What do you make of those words, and what is the law on stopping and checking aid convoys?
See, we have to look at words and analyse them against what is taking place. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been on the record to say that the access of humanitarian aid gives Israel important leeway that is being used. They've talked about a diplomatic iron dome as part of allowing aid in and not allowing aid in and all the rest of it. Israel has every right not to give succor to Hamas. That is not contested. Israel has every right and indeed an obligation to get hostages back. But you must do so by complying with the law. The fact that Hamas fighters need water doesn't justify denying water from all the civilian population of Gaza. There's an obligation.
Only 10% of water coming in from Israel goes into Gazans' water supply is only 10% reliant on Israel. And they've allowed for, again, water to come into Gaza. So what is he talking about?
As I said, it's an affirmative, in addition to everything else, there's an affirmative obligation as an occupying power that Israel is to make sure water, medicines, anesthetics, insulin goes to the people that need it. If tanks can go in, why can't those tanks and those soldiers guard aid convoys? So there's a lot.
It is a massive, massive liability. That's why. A fucking Markava tank costs like, what, over $5 million for, what, maybe $20,000 worth of fucking food? You're gonna risk having a fucking $5 million tank and a 4 to 7 man tank crew fucking dying and being destroyed over $20,000 worth of fucking food. It doesn't make sense mathematically. And by the way, when Israel does provide armored support for aid trucks, guess what fucking happens? You have Hamas fighters and agitators going near the fucking tanks, and then Israel fucking shoots warning shots at fucking people going too close to armored vehicles, and then it becomes a huge fucking thing. Oh, look, Israel's fucking shooting at fucking innocent civilians from the fucking tank. So they can't win. When they do send in armored support to protect these fucking supply caravans, oh, Israel bad, Israel shooting civilians when they never even fucking did it. When they don't send armored support, oh, you're supposed to send armored support. Like, fuck you.
Deficiencies that give rise not just to recklessness or negligence or indifference, but seems to be part of a criminal common plan to deny these objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. And how many doctors have to talk about amputating the limbs of little babies or children without anesthetic, or how many people need to die without...
Gargle 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 glug glug glug, choke on that kike cock some more. I can see your nose growing as we speak. Genocide supporter.
Sure. Whatever floats your boat. Thanks for the donation, Slurmager.
The same way Shawn Baker goes into a vegan debate with the presumption that eating meat is okay and no argument can convince him otherwise is the same way Richard Burgess goes into a political debate about a war 6,000 miles away he knows nothing about.
Sure. I'm sure. That's why you're all sending me fucking Twitter videos of Israelis fucking up one aid truck. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Wrong again.
Yeah, oh my god. The CNN reporting on this was absolutely fucking retarded, and everything the IDF
Warning
claimed,
that some of the images...
Everything the IDF claimed perfectly coincided with their narrative of events. So this fucking jackass was near the aid truck, and he deliberately went next to the fucking armored vehicles. Then and he admitted this in the fucking video. The guy went next to the fucking tank brigade, and then they were firing warning shots towards him. So, just like Israel claimed, they only fired warning shots to at people who were getting too close to the fucking tanks. So then, they provide no evidence showing Israel engaged with anybody in the fucking crowd, and it looks like all of the fucking deaths that occurred in the crowd were due to fucking idiots trampling each other. There was no evidence provided that Israel started shooting at the crowd for no fucking reason. This was idiotic. And that was the exact situation I was talking about. You're a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, Quest. Elias donated $2. Check out this interesting philosopher. Let me
Warning,
see.
if you're having a good day and consider yourself pretty happy, do not watch this video. And on a more serious note, if you're depressed or having a really bad day, also do not watch this video. Philip Mainlander has become one of the most requested philosophers to cover for my paper. It was only since the beginning of this year, 2024, that his work, The Philosophy of Vertessa, Germany in 1841. Many people in his family in Italy. It was here that he discovered evolution. He decided to use the pen name Philip Mainlander, which was analytics, physics, aesthetics, ethics, politics, and metaphysics. So this really does cover almost all the different fields of philosophy. Now I don't know about you, but me, the world we live in right now is full of individuality and movement. No two things are alike, whether it be people or rocks or plants. We all have these differences that may be minuscule, but are differences nonetheless. We are in a world of multiplicity. Furthermore, there is a constant movement everywhere. As people, we move towards bettering or sustaining our plants, and yes, even inorganic materials such as chemicals. Now we'll return to what ultimately motivates this movement, but for now we have our general overview of the world we live in. Restless and unceasing. But where did all this come from? What was the first movement that set this all up? Following a chain of causality are one and the same. I has ever attained.
This is boring and stupid. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Out insulin, or how many people with 50% burns can be left by the doctors in the different hospitals because they don't have antibiotic creams for burns and they can't save them without that, for us to realize that the law is being breached. Now, this is what we have analyzed, and we've presented it for judges who will make the final decision if warrants should be issued or not.
And again, you say that you have requested these warrants based on a higher level of evidence than is normally required. Not just that there's a reasonable belief that it could lead to actual warrants and a charge, but you believe your evidence has what?
Well, when I came in as prosecutor, the standard for a warrant are reasonable grounds to believe. That's what the judges have to determine. Across all our situations, when I became prosecutor, I required the leaders in the office, the heads of the teams, to certify that there's a realistic prospect of conviction. It's not enough in these kinds of cases to have enough to issue a warrant. We must be able to bring it home.
On both sides?
On both sides. And in relation to both, I've determined, and the team are unanimous, that we have a realistic prospect of conviction in relation to the 3 warrants being sought regarding the Hamas leaders and the 2 that are being sought in relation to Prime Minister Netanyahu and Foreign Minister Gallant. And of course the judges will decide if you've got it right and our analysis is spot on or not.
I'm going to get to the actual how you effect these warrants, given the practicalities of the situation in a moment. But first I want to ask you about the so-called political nature that many people will claim. Prime Minister Netanyahu has already said ICC charges would be a scandal on a historic scale, an indelible stain on the idea of justice. Israel's commitment to international law is unwavering. And Netanyahu has also said it would be an anti-Semitic hate crime. Now, we haven't heard anything from Hamas about how they would react. What do you say to that? There must have been a huge amount of pressure on you from all sides to do and not to do.
Well, this court, Christian, is a child of Nuremberg. It was built because of the awful pictures that haunt us today of the Shoah and the gas chambers and then the Balkans, and the list goes on. And we have to look at the evidence. And the way I very simply try to do things is look at the evidence, look at the conduct, look at the victims, and airbrush out the nationality. And if a crime's been committed, we should move forward. Nobody is above the law. No people by dint of birth or passport, religion, nationality, or the colour of their skin have a get-out-of-jail-free card, have a free pass to say, well, the law doesn't apply to us. This is a moment when we see in the shadow of Ukraine a increasing cacophony of noise, of double standards and selectivity. And what we're trying to do is not go with a tide of emotion, but take our time, move as effectively as we can, but be guided by evidence. And every human life, every baby that is killed, whether it's a baby that's cruelly abducted by Hamas and killed, or a baby that's been bombed or killed or has died in incubators because of no electricity or water or food in Gaza, for them, for their families and for humanity, it's a tragedy. And this is why we have a court. It's about the equal application of the law. No people are better than another. No people anywhere are saints. And so we have to apply a yardstick of legality to conduct. We've done that, and this is why we've made the applications that the judges must determine.
I'm going to read you some heavy criticism that you've received from the United States. As we know, the United States is not a party to the ICC, nor is Israel. Recently, when word came out that this may be happening at some point, U.S. senators and U.S. congresspeople, mostly Republicans, wrote you a letter signed by Senator Tom Cotton, Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, and others. This is the quote: "Target Israel and we will target you. If you move forward with the measures indicated in the report, we will move to end all American support for the ICC, sanction your employees and associates, and bar you and your families from the United States. You have been warned." Is that a threat?
Absolutely fucking based.
I think that's the plain meaning of it in English. But, you know, there's hotheads everywhere, and there's people that are mature statesmen and stateswomen and leaders. There are those that have fidelity to something greater than themselves, whether it's their constitutions, but ultimately it's the rule of law. The good news is, I think, for the last 2.5 years, we've had very positive engagement with the Biden administration in the United States. We're working across a range of situations, whether it's in Ukraine or Darfur. And I've said to distinguished members on the Hill and to the administration that Rome Statute values are quintessential American values. It's against bullying. It's against the untrammeled power against the most vulnerable. It's the rights and the dignity of the individual. It's the protection of babies. I mean, these are fundamental American values that should engender bipartisan support. Now, of course, this situation, unfortunately, lies on the San Andreas fault of international politics and strategic interests. And of course, I've had some elected leaders speak to me and be very blunt. This court is built for Africa and for thugs like Putin, was what one senior leader told me. We don't view it like that. This court is the legacy of Nuremberg. This court is a sad indictment of humanity. This
It's a fucking kangaroo court.
court should be the triumph of law over power and brute force. Grab what you can, take what you want, do.
Like, just think of how fucking ridiculous this is. Thousands of fucking aid trucks have gone through into Gaza. They're getting airdrop supplies. Israel is deliberately trying to do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties. They call buildings. They send out text messages with QR codes to safe zones. They tell people to evacuate. They do all this shit, and then it's like, I saw a picture of a fucking baby that was burned. Let's arrest Netanyahu for war crimes.
What you will, and we're going to simply be we're not going to be dissuaded by threats or any other activities, because in the end we have to fulfill our responsibilities as prosecutors, as the men and women of the office.
Richard tries to argue a population should be punished collectively cause of polls, and then says based when the USA threatens international lawyers for doing their job. If anything thinks Richard isn't ideologically in line with Hitler, please tell how.
I never said anything about collective punishment. That's just a stupid buzzword that pro-Palestinian idiots like to fucking use. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
As judges, as the registry, to something bigger than ourselves, which is the fidelity to justice. And we're not going to be swayed by the different types of threats, some of which are public and some maybe are not.
You mentioned, without names, that there are many who have been indicted who are not in democratic states, who are essentially despots. Israel is a democracy. They have a judiciary, they have law enforcement, they have elected leaders. Why do you need to do this when they have a system that could do this?
I'd much rather Israel does it. I mean, Israel, you're right, it has a very good Supreme Court, it has very qualified, brilliant lawyers. But even if you read recently public information, for example, in the New York Times, I think the Bergman and Mazzelli report, if one goes back to the 80s and look at the Karp report, a Deputy Attorney General of Israel who said that Israel was unwilling and unable to investigate crimes in the occupied territories. If one looks at the Sassoon report, if one looks at General, US three-star general that was in Washington, D.C. Between 2019 and 2021, who said there's no accountability, the simple truth is that for all the application of the law in the territory of Israel, unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be applied with vigor or sincerity in the occupied territories or in Gaza. And this is why we have to move forward. Of course, if Israel disagrees, if they think they are investigating the same individuals and the same conduct and the policies that underpin them, they are free, notwithstanding their objections to jurisdiction, to raise a challenge before the judges of the court. And that's what I would advise them to do. But the simple truth of the matter is the disregard of the law in this situation and the policies and the utterances that are coming from the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defence, support and corroborate the other evidence we have from a variety of sources.
I just want to fill in for our viewers. You mentioned the big New York Times Magazine report this weekend by Ronan Bergman and Mark Mazzetti, an 8-year effort. It was titled Unpunished, and as you say, it is about the failure of the Israeli system, police, legal and military, to punish settlers on the occupied West Bank as they punish Arab Palestinians on the West Bank. Now, you talk about the state of Palestine, and therefore you have jurisdiction over things that happen in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. There are those who disagree with you. Clearly, Israel disagrees. The United States disagrees. They point out that as yet there is no official state of Palestine recognized by the...
Yeah, there isn't. And on top of that, they were given land for peace deals, and they denied it. So if they don't have a state and they deny a fucking land for peace deal, well, go fuck yourself.
Security Council. What is your jurisdiction there?
Well, it's a jurisdiction that's detailed in the statute and that has been decided by majority by the pre-trial chamber. Leaving aside to the for the moment the fact that 141 countries have recognised Palestine as a state.
In the General Assembly.
In the General Assembly, 124 states that make up the Assembly of State Parties agreed for Palestine to be accepted.
Let me just have a wild guess. Countries like Jordan are also on this list.
As a state party to the Rome Statute. And so by dint of that, clearly we have jurisdiction. The Geneva Conventions also make it clear that it applies to high contracting parties. Israel is a high contracting party, as is Palestine.
What does that mean?
It means that they have both committed to comply with the provisions of the Geneva Conventions, that includes the prohibition on starvation as a method of war, that includes the prohibition on taking hostages or willfully killing or...
Oh, right. That's why Hamas runs Gaza, right? Because they follow the Geneva Convention.
Extermination. I mean, these come from the Rome Statute. But originally they found form in the Geneva Conventions. So we apply the law. There's been judicial pronouncements by the ICC, and we have to be guided by those.
The Hamas leaders who you have sought arrest warrants for, do you have any hope that anybody will move against them? Do you have any hope of ever getting to them? Again, the ICC does not have a police force. You cannot go and apprehend. As far as we know, at least 2 of them are underground, potentially in tunnels in Gaza. And Ismail Haniyeh appears to be the leader involved in the political negotiations, indirect, between Israel and Hamas, with the US, Qatar, other nations mediating. How do you expect to go after them? Who do you think is going to hand them over?
Well, the first thing is for judges to rule on the applications. Until the judges rule on the application, all it is an application that doesn't have legal effect. But then states have certain responsibilities and individuals have choices. If individuals say that what's alleged is not made out, it's bunkum, it's nonsense, put your case before the independent judges of the court. This court has had acquittals. This court has not confirmed cases. The record shows that it's a forensic laboratory in which the evidence determines whether or not people are convicted, cases are confirmed, or cases are kicked out. That applies to Hamas leaders if they want, and if not, we have to see what are the other opportunities if they're either in Palestine, which is a state party, or if they're in Qatar, which is a non-state party. But in a way, that's getting ahead of ourselves. Today, the announcement is the application, and the judges have to be given the time to independently and dispassionately assess what we've given. Nothing is a given. They have to assess it and to make a determination whether or not to issue warrants. But I also wanted to underline the fact that you mentioned in an earlier question the allegations of anti-Semitism, the hate, the idea that by applying the law blindly, we are favouring one side or persecuting or being hostile to another side, and nothing can be further from the truth. We have so many people of distinction that are respected, and they independently came in. I brought them in. They sat in the evidence review. This is not a witch hunt. This is not some kind of emotional reaction to noise. We've been criticised for going too slowly, criticised for going too fast. It's a forensic process that is expected of us as international prosecutors, as an independent court, to build evidence that is solid, that will not dissolve in the courtroom. And that's what we've done. Today is the fulfillment of that first stage, this first round of applications in which we say we have done our job. We now give it to the judges to scrutinise. So it's not against any people, and it's not against or for any interest. It's simply because if we don't apply the law equally, we're going to disintegrate as a species. Of course, what's happening in the West Bank is extremely worrying. It's an issue also that we are investigating. But there's a certain, in democracies, political choices tend to be determinative. And all I can say is that Israel, the leaders, the country, has a choice. That they can engage and do what is necessary to meet complementarity. In the United Kingdom, in the Iraq investigations before I was appointed prosecutor, it was found that there were deficiencies in the legal system for military justice. But we have really sincerely looked at things with a broad horizon, looking at incriminating and exonerating evidence equally, looking at evidence, authenticating the evidence, and realizing that we're not worth the job, the title as being a prosecutor or being lawyers or having an international criminal court if we are dissuaded because of extraneous interests from moving forward. Because at the end of the day, I go back to this basic premise. A child in Myanmar that's persecuted, or a child in Israel that is an orphan or that has been taken and killed, or one in Ukraine, for their family, there's no difference. Their universe has been torn to shreds. And this is the need for the court and independent judges to scrutinize, not look at the politics, not look at a dysfunctional Security Council, not look at the difficulties it may cause, regional organizations or different groupings, but simply say, is the evidence reliable? And if so, we go back to King John, that the king is under no man but God and the law. We all must be subject to that. Otherwise, what is this international rules-based system? What is the...
All right, well, I seriously doubt the arrest warrants are going to be granted. I think there is probably an 80% chance that they're not granted. And if they are, seriously doubt anything is really going to come of it. Netanyahu probably isn't going to give himself up for arrest or anything like that. The US also doesn't support the arrest warrant, so I really don't think anything's going to come of it, even if it does get granted.
The International Criminal Court's top prosecutor is seeking arrest warrants for Israel's prime minister as well as 3 Hamas leaders.
Crime against humanity and as a war crime.
We are joined now by Chile Ebo Osuji, who served as president of the International Criminal Court from 2018 to 2021. Welcome to DW, Mr. Osuji. I want to start by asking you that does the fact that these warrants are being sought already mean that there is sufficient evidence?
That must be what the prosecutor sees. The prosecutor must.
All right. Play some Call of Duty.